Start things off, I'll ask Legislator Colonel Bill Gaylord to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Face the flag of our great nation, hand over heart, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Please be seated.
Welcome to tonight's hearing. I thank all of the residents who are here, who have taken time out of their schedule. I know it's very difficult to find parking here. I know that many of you arrived early. It was difficult getting in. We thank you very, very much for your patience. We have several overflow rooms in this building that are filling up, and we also have an overflow room that is in police headquarters that is also filling up with people. When we scheduled this meeting, we did it on relatively short notice. We did not know how many people would be here. It is in the middle of the holiday season. It's a couple of weeks before Christmas. There's a lot of things going on, so we were not sure how many people would be here. When we sent out the notices for the hearing, we asked for responses, and the idea was that if it looked like there would be a large crowd, we would shift the venue. In fact, we had arranged for a local school auditorium, which was larger, to host this event, and the responses trickled in initially. So we thought we were fine with this building. And over the last couple of days, the responses have been overwhelming. Last night alone, we got 100 people indicating that they wanted to come here tonight to speak or to be present. So again, I thank you all for your patience. The process is going to be this. We are going to allow some of the elected officials who are here, and there's not many, an ability to say a few words before we start. They'll be limited to 3 minutes, just as every speaker in the room. After the elected officials say a few words, and again, there's not many of them, we will go to Mr. Moog, who is the Nassau County Assessor, to give a presentation. There will then be questions from both sides of the aisle, from all the legislators. We're restricting ourselves to a half hour on each side in terms of questioning. If we did not have that restriction, we would go on for hours. And we want to hear from you, the members of the public. Now, when you come up, we would ask all of you to abide by the 3-minute limit, because the longer that you speak, beyond the 3 minutes, it takes away from somebody else's time. So, again, we would like to hear, and we will stay here all night until everyone who's had a request in or public comment slip has been heard. So we're going to be here for quite a while. This is easily the largest meeting we've had at the legislature since the inception of the legislature. Some of us have been here since the beginning, which was 23 years ago. There is nothing that remotely compares with this. For our meetings, we generally have department officials and a couple of members of the public, but to get hundreds of members of the public to come to a meeting is extraordinary, and it's because this is an extraordinary issue. Everybody agrees that the assessment system is broken and must be fixed. We all understand that because the roll was frozen for 8 years, and because there were mass settlements, that the values are no longer accurate. This legislature, for this county executive and the previous county executive, has given every tool that they've ever requested in terms of assessment. Our role is relatively limited. We don't do the assessments. By law, it's the county executive and her appointee, the county assessor, that does the assessments. Our responsibilities and our powers are limited to approving contracts, approving funding, and approving appointees. And again, we have given this administration and the previous administration everything that they've ever asked to do this, but we cannot and do not control the process. It is an administrative function. There are some basic principles I think that everyone agrees. This reassessment must be done right. it must be done correctly. The assessor is telling us, and he'll tell us in a few moments, that the numbers that they've produced in terms of fair market values are accurate, that they have been checked by their contractors, and that they have been checked and will be checked by the state. But what many of us are hearing, and we're hearing it all the time, is that the numbers are too high. The number one comment I'm getting is, if I could sell my house at what the county values at, I will sell it tomorrow. Secondly, reassessment should not hurt people. There's a report out this week by the Independent Budget Review Office that 75,000 people will see increases over 25%. For another 40,000 will see increases over 15%. We are concerned for neighborhoods. We are concerned for individuals, seniors on a fixed income, single parents, working families. We are concerned that tax increases of that nature could send people over the edge, and it will be the last straw for some of them. Reassessment demands transparency. This is a very important process. It determines how much in taxes that you're going to pay. The first notice that was sent out had minimal information, confused virtually the entire county, provided a fair market value, a ratio, and an assessed value. Most people saw their fair market value and thought that's what would equate to a tax increase, when that was not the case. The tax impact notices, which we mandated, are now going out. 10 weeks after we requested them, they are not all out yet. Those tax impacts include what's called a transitional assessment, a phase-in. That does not exist yet. And as of this date, the assessor and the county executive have not appeared for any public forums to answer questions, which is why we are here tonight. Here is our primary concern. After all of this turmoil that's going through the county, after all the upheaval of reassessing, we could wind up with values that are not accurate. And there could be, and probably will be, hundreds of thousands of people that challenge their taxes, which is what the problem is now. We are concerned that we had, in the past, many, many people who had become underassessed. We are concerned that we will now go to the opposite extreme, that we will have many, many people who are overassessed. So we called this hearing to provide information and to finally give you, the public, an opportunity to speak. As I said, we're going to have a limited program, and then we're going to invite all of you up to speak, everyone who wants to ask questions. I think we're providing forms as well in the back. If you have specific questions, if you don't want to speak publicly, we'll take those forms. Either we, the legislators, will try to respond, each one of us from our districts, and or we'll send them to the assessor to get your responses. So the idea in part is to get you some of the information that you don't have at this point. Before we start things off, I'd like to turn things over to the Minority Leader, Kavan Abrahams.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And first, I want to welcome each and every one of you for being here today. Your attendance here is truly overwhelming. And as I was coming into the parking lot, seeing the amount of people that are obviously in our overflow areas, it is truly tremendous. I think there's a couple things that we should try to get to tonight, and I'm not going to talk that long because I want to get this process rolling. It's almost 8 o'clock, or it's knocking on 8 o'clock, and eventually I want to be able to hear from you. But a couple things that I wanted to share with you. One, this is a process that the county executive has engaged in, which I truly believe her intention is to add fairness to the assessment system. How we achieve it and how we get there is one of the things that we're going to talk about tonight. I think it's also essential that we talk about the system as a whole. The system as a whole, the assessment system, as many of you probably well know, and as the presiding officer indicated earlier, has been frozen. It's been frozen for a series of years, even though property values have been going up. That case, that particular situation, has basically, if you have been able to grieve your taxes over the last 7 or 8 years, and you saw reductions on a frozen number that basically created a disparity which you are suffering to a larger degree. So unfortunately, we are here now with the reassessment, and as we're going through this process, we're engaged in a process where values are now being assessed at new values. And everyone, I truly believe, we want to make sure that the values are correct. And if you've grieved your taxes in the past under a frozen assessment, you can still grieve your taxes come January through March when the assessment will kick in as well. None of that has changed. More importantly, though, many of you have concerns. And tonight should not be the end of giving you an opportunity to address your concerns. If your concerns are not addressed tonight, you should have an opportunity to come back to the legislature. I would ask the presiding officer that we continue to hold informative or hearings so that people can continue to get answers. This is going to be a process that is going to go over the next 2 years. The assessment that is being discussed now will not kick in until the fall of 2020. So from that standpoint, there's time for you to get answers. There's time for you to grieve your taxes. There's time to ensure that you're assessed fairly. So from that standpoint, as I said before, I'm not going to talk too long, but I would invite my colleagues here in the legislature to try to be as brief as possible so that the hour does not range late, so that we can finally hear from the public, our constituents, on this very important matter. Thank you. Thank you.
And as I indicated, we have just actually 3 public officials now who have indicated they want to speak. 3 minutes each. First is the Town of Hempstead Receiver of Taxes, Don Clavin.
I don't know how it works here. First off, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to address you. Leader Rich, I'd like to thank you for having this. And Kavan, I'd actually like to thank you for your sentiments. Because to me, what you said is what it's really all about. The assessment system is broken in Nassau County. Everybody agrees that. And you all work together to start the process of fixing it. But right now, the Nassau County residents, they have concerns. They have real fears. They have a lot of questions. You know, Nassau County, the executive and the assessor have to make them stakeholders in this process. I go out and I hold regular meetings. Carrie, I was thinking of you. I was in Elmont last week. 250 people showed up last week at a meeting. And you know what they wanted to talk about? I'm doing a seminar on tax exemptions. They had questions about the reassessment, and great questions. This needs to be an open and a transparent process. And, one-on-one meetings, it sound really good, but they're baby steps. When I look around and I look at all the communities you all represent, and they're diverse and they're mixed. Some of you represent towns in Hempstead, Oyster Bay, and North Hempstead. We deserve a process where the residents can come out, ask questions, and hear the answers. And hear them in an open forum. I was down in Freeport, and we had a packed house, about 125 people 2 weeks ago. And a resident, and the residents had the best question, said, Don, I don't understand this, and my main question is this 5-year phase-in, is that legislation? And I said, no, it's not legislation yet. And he said, hey, my other question is, Don, during this 5-year phase-in, will the assessment be frozen, or they keep revaluing, and is that going to affect the impact of my savings or my increase? It was a great question. And everybody in the room had the same comment. They said, geez, that's a good question. I wish I had that answer. And that's what I think the county needs to do. They need to go out. I've been asking them for weeks now to just hold public forums. And like I said, and not just 19, not just one in your district. In every single community, because the residents have legitimate concerns. And I know they're reaching out to all of you because they're reaching out to me as well. Look, we want the system fixed. We want it to be done correctly. We want it to be fair. We want it to stop being a financial drain. But it's got to be open, transparent, and you've got to convince the residents to be the stakeholders, to understand they really have a solid presence in this being done. That hasn't happened yet. And that's why I'm called for the public meetings. And I have some other ideas, but my time's running down and I don't want to go. But I hope you have more meetings. And I hope they're in every community so every resident you all represent can hear the question and they can all hear the same answer at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Mayor Bruce Kennedy from the Village of Seacliff.
Good evening. And as much as I like that title, it is former mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But no, thank you.
Okay.
I was told when I was first elected that I had that title for life, so I'll take it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Nassau County Legislature. I come here this evening in full support of reassessment of properties throughout the county. I am completely in favor of a system that assesses properties within the county accurately and taxes the people fairly, as I'm sure all of you do and the county executive does. The main issues are the process by which the assessments are conducted and the quality of the results. We all know that anything worth doing is worth doing right the first time. Unfortunately, the reassessment that is being proposed at this time is riddled with flaws, both in process and in results. It is now known that the county has overvalued at least 1/3 of the residential properties throughout the county. The first round of notices contained improper references to 2016-2017 assessed values, and as a result, 20,000 assessment disclosure notices had to be resent. The hypothetical values used in the tax impact statements are based on outdated information which will not be relevant to the actual calculation of the 2020-2021 taxes. And by applying 2017-2018 tax rates to the proposed 2021 assessments, tax projections are artificially low. Now, get on a personal matter. My hometown, the incorporated village of Seacliff, is slated to see the most dramatic tax dollar increase per household throughout the entire county. Ironically, our abutting neighbor, the hamlet of Glenwood Landing, directly next door, will see the greatest average tax dollar decrease in the county. In analyzing properties in Seacliff, Glenwood Landing, and the whole North Shore School District area, I found a huge disparity that seems to target Seacliff with inflated fair market values. On the My Nassau Property website, there is something called the ladder report for every Class 1 property. One of the groups of this report is called the neighborhood adjustment or factor. In Seacliff, this factor is anywhere from 1.3855 to 1.7817. In Glenwood Landing, this factor never exceeds 1.00. And in some of the most desirable neighborhoods in Glen Head and Old Brookville, which are also part of the North Shore School District, this factor is as low as 0.9153. So what does this mean? If you had an improved piece of property assessed as $600,000, so it's the property and the improvements upon it, valued at $600,000 before the neighborhood factor and place it at assorted locations, of course you're going to come up with different fair market values. I ask for just one more minute.
Just sum up if you can.
Thank you. After applying the neighborhood factor, the $600,000 improved property located at my house would suddenly become worth $1.068 million. Located at Seacliff School, it would become worth $891,000. Next to the Seacliff DPW, it would be worth $832,000. And located on a bluff in Glenwood Landing overlooking the water, it would be worth merely $600,000. Put on the exclusive Pound Hollow Court in Old Brookville, the fair market value would drop to $549,000. If you took the same improved property worth $600,000 and placed it on Shore Road in Seacliff, the value would skyrocket to $1.1 million. But if you put it directly next door, right next door, the same house, same improved property, but over the Glen Cove line, this $1.1 million value would plummet down to $497,000. Something is very wrong here and needs to be corrected prior to adopting the tentative roll. Failure to do so will result in hundreds of thousands of grievances filed with the county. It is my belief that the assessment roll is not defensible, and adoption of it will result in cataclysmic financial results for the county. And I thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Bruce. Could you
and all those numbers I have on maps if you want to see them.
Could you submit the what you have to the clerk, or you can get it to us tomorrow? Whatever's easy. Dr. Edward Fail. While the doctor's coming up, just to remind everyone who's outside, anyone in the overflow rooms, you can still fill out slips, and we will hear you. The slips will be brought in. We'll call your name, and then we'll give you enough time to make sure you get into the room. So everyone out there has an opportunity to put a slip in and to be heard today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this forum tonight and for giving us the opportunity to speak on the current state of affairs and on the reassessment. I'm here tonight representing Superintendent Marino and the Hewlett-Woodmere School District, and we are extremely concerned on the impact that this will have on our residents and on the property taxes, most specifically on the clarity of communication that is necessary so that the public understands that any tax increase is not an outcome of a school budget difference. As you know, our school budgets work under a tax cap. It's commonly called the 2% tax cap. And each year we abide by that tax cap. But as property taxes increase, whether it's due to assessed value or any other reason, it's increasing at a different rate than what our school budgets increase at. So even though we're abiding by a fixed tax cap, our residents' property taxes could increase by a much larger amount. When the tax bills go out in the mail, it always says in the bottom, it doesn't say to call the assessor or call the county, it says call your school district. So what we're most concerned about is that any increase in the assessment does not become confused with an increase in school tax, and that it doesn't have an effect on our school budget votes when they come out in the spring. So I think this forum is a good step in the direction of clarifying what's happening, and this is something we look forward to, more communications, and certainly, once again, any drastic increase in taxes on our residents' homes are really of utmost concern to us. Thank you for this opportunity tonight.
Thank you. I would invite Mr. Moog to come forward.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, for inviting me to provide a statement before the Legislature this evening and regarding the status of the county reassessment and tax impacts. As you are well aware, the Legislature in March 2018 approved the County Executive's request for amendments to the contracts with local appraisal experts Standard Valuation Services and Michael Haberman Associates totaling $6 million. These firms, working with the Department of Assessment, have done a remarkable job in reassessing properties. The valuations for residential properties have been validated by independent experts. At the time the county executive issued the executive order to maintain the .25 level of assessment, the intent was to have some of the properties protected by the 6% per year, 20% over 5 years. Reassessment of all properties in the county began, reversing the policy of the prior administration, which froze the assessment roll in 2011. The frozen roll resulted in mass settlements that severely degraded the accuracy and integrity of assessments. During this period, Class 1 assessed valuations fell approximately 33%, despite the generally rising home sale prices. The summer, soon after I became the assessor, I reviewed the initial results of the reassessment and became concerned regarding the feasibility of the current Class 1 level of assessment, LOA, of .25, concerning the limitations imposed by the Halpern stipulation renewed by the county for 6 additional years in 2016. The county attorney, retained renowned expert Robert J. Gladymans to review the level of assessment. On September 5th, 2018, I provided a memo to the county executive outlining my concerns. Upon completion of his study, the county situation in late September, Mr. Gladymans concluded that the legally defensible Class 1 level of assessment was .10. Unfortunately, the Class 1 taxpayer representatives would not agree to modify the Halpern stipulations. In response to my professional concern and the advice of our expert, on September 26, 2018, the county executive issued another executive order directing me as county assessor to set the LOA to maximize assessment accuracy and integrity and enabling the county to successfully defend against ratio challenges and avoid the need for mass settlements at ARC and the payment of excessive refunds. Following this directive and the recommendation of Mr. Gladymans, I set the Class 1 LOA at 0.10%. I recognize that members of this legislature want to return to the 6 and 20 framework under the old LOA of 0.25, but this is not a valid option. I've distributed to you a graphic showing how it would take an average of 50 years for a property to be assessed at its proportional share of market value. That 50-year estimate does not incorporate further degrading of the tax roll from mass settlements at ARC. That would mean the assessment roll would, in effect, never be equitable for today's homeowners or tomorrow's. Even using a lower home appreciation rate of 2%, the length of time it would take to correct and fix the assessment system would be 35 years. With no home appreciation assumed, which doesn't happen in Nassau County, it would take 17 years to reach fair and equitable roll. Plus, we know with certainty that the tax grievance firms have been winning cases on ratio using 0.25. As I stated, that means back to mass settlements at ARC and the unfair shifting of tax burdens to non-grievers. This is blatantly unfair and indefensible taxation policy, which leads to an inaccurate assessment roll. The county executive has proposed a taxpayer protection plan so that homeowners do not absorb significant assessment increases all at once. With state legislation, the plan would transition the new assessments over 5 years for the Class 1 homeowners. This means that any increases and decreases in tax burden resulting from the reassessment and change in the level of assessment would occur gradually over that time. 2 years of notice before the 2021 tax assessment roll and at least 5 years of transition will give property owners the ability to adjust their home budgets to manage increases in taxes or enjoy the benefits of reduced property tax. Let me just end with one statement. If taxpayers are not satisfied with the 2021 assessments, they still have the right to file a petition at ARC for review. My job as the assessor is to create an assessment roll whereby a taxpayer does not have to file a claim to be treated fairly. That is what I and the Department of Assessment has done. We stand by the assessment roll and all the interactions and communications we've had with thousands of taxpayers in our office and our satellite offices. We continue to respond to the public during the 60-day period of Section 511 notice period. This is a time when we're supposed to make corrections, and we're doing just that. Thank you.
Okay. Let me start off by asking you about yesterday. The Department of Assessment attempted to reach 3,500 seniors approximately regarding their senior citizen tax exemption, but a robocall went out to 400,000. I was at the building when part of the day when the seniors were there. The robocall frightened thousands of seniors. It concerned non-seniors who thought they were losing exemptions. People tried to call the Department of Assessment and could not get through. Concerned seniors were flooding receivers of taxes offices. They were flooding your building, as you know. I saw them driving around trying to find spaces in that crowded parking lot. They were online with walkers and canes waiting to be heard by the Department of Assessment, and the vast majority of them did not need to be there at all. If you wanted to reach 3,500 people, who decided to use a robocall?
The use of the robocall to try to reach 3,500 people, an error was made on the data that was submitted to do the robocall. I apologize to those senior citizens that did spend time trying to get into our office on the misconception their exemption might be at risk. I will say that yesterday we did see over 600 senior citizens, of which 300 actually submitted their senior citizen renewal forms. Another 200 received applications for the Enhanced Star. Overall, about 850 to 900 seniors and personnel came to our office, and they were served by our personnel. The number of 607 being submitted is not that far off from the number that we saw today, 550, which is actually about the number that we received in the last week in December. The idea of using a robocall was to try to get seniors to put their renewals in before the last week in December, when there's usually a rush and it becomes very crowded, and try to spread that crowd out. It was a mistake made by people in the communication department in the executive office, and I know a statement was issued by Laura Kuhn's office on that. We do apologize for any seniors, but we do see quite a few seniors every day, and our staff, I think, did an admirable job trying to handle the crowds that were present yesterday.
Here's the issue with robocalls. If you had the seniors who needed to file and you wanted to remind them, why did you do a robocall? Why didn't you just reach out to them and call them? I mean, if your office couldn't do them, the 19 of us in our offices would have gotten it done in a day. I mean, a robocall is an indirect way. It's a very, in a way, lazy way of doing this. Why didn't you just call them?
In the exemption process, it's a very common use of robocalls in order to get the ones who did not file the renewals yet to come in. It's a reminder, just like we send 3 mailers out to seniors to remind them to come in, because we don't want them to miss out on having an exemption not put it on the books timely.
In the future, I would suggest that you don't use a robocall for that smaller group of people, that the county can reach out to them individually. Secondly, people were trying to call your office, and we're getting a busy signal and could not get through. And this is a common theme. I mean, can we get a phone system in the Department of Assessment where they actually answer the phone?
Over the past month, we've actually answered 30,000 phone calls from taxpayers, 14,000 related to the reassessment process, and spoke to taxpayers on those phone calls to answer the questions. And we have a program in which we are calling back from our voicemail on an everyday basis.
With respect to the tax impact notices, has everyone gotten their tax impact notice mailed to them at this point?
The last set of tax impact notices are being mailed out tomorrow. All but 40,000 have been mailed out.
Over 40,000?
For tax class 1.
Over 40,000?
All but 40,000.
All but 40,000.
The last 40,000 will be mailed out tomorrow.
So we're into the middle of December. By January 1st, the tentative assessed value will essentially be set. So the people who are getting their tax impact notices now are going to have almost no time to reach out to your department, correct any errors, find out what the values are before their tentative assessed value is set.
They received the 511 notice November 1st. The errors that we correct is not on taxes, but on the assessed valuation. We already met with over 4,000 taxpayers at our satellite centers, and as I said before, we've actually had interaction with 14,000 taxpayers by phone concerning their values. From those inputs, our office is actually rerunning the models in order to make adjustments from those inputs that were given to us by taxpayers. Approximately 40,000 values will be adjusted before the tentative roll from those inputs.
The 511 notices that you're referring to, did that tell anybody what their tax impacts would be?
No, it told them what the assessed valuations would be.
Right. So you really couldn't draw any conclusion based on those notices as to what the tax impacts would be, correct?
That is correct. We had to comply by the law to have a notice of assessment sent to every taxpayer by November 1st, and we complied with that legal requirement.
Now, actually we compelled you to send a tax impact notice out in addition to the first notice, which just had the fair market value and assessed values. How much did it cost to send a tax impact notice out?
I think it cost approximately $300,000.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that 20,000 of those notices had to be corrected because they incorrectly provided the assessed value increase of more than 6% to properties that are subject to the cap. Is that true?
20,511 notices were sent out without the 6% cap. That is correct.
All right, so they had to be remailed.
They are in process of remailing. They weren't required to be remailed because during the 511 period, a 60-day notice in which errors, if it's discovered, are corrected. That's the purpose of the 511.
What was the cost of that?
I'm not sure the exact cost. It was done in-house, so it was the postage cost was the cost to it. So it would be 20,000 times postage.
My understanding is that 60,000 corrected notices had to be sent out because they were initially based on temporary fair market value as opposed to final fair market value.
No, that is not correct. 60,000 were not sent out.
So,
The corrections were made on the online site.
okay,
So it was no cost to the county.
Those notices were not sent out?
No, they were not sent out.
Was there any notice to people who's had their numbers corrected that it was being done? So for example, if I looked at my notice, the impact notice online, and I noticed what it was, and then you corrected it, did you notify people as you were correcting that?
We notified it on the website that a correction was made.
Yes, but if
I just want to make a clarification on that.
If I looked and took that information, that would be the information I have, unless somehow I figured out that you were changing it.
I want to make clarification. The correction that was made was strictly a correction on we used a tentative assessment from 2017-18, not the final assessment, but it did not change any of the tax impact figures. All the tax impact figures remained the same. It was strictly the figure from the 2017-18. It pulled from the tentative value, but it didn't change any of the calculations.
My understanding that an additional 20,000 mailers have been returned. Is that correct, true?
I'm not sure if that's the correct figure. I'm not sure how many were returned.
My understanding there were 10,000 of those were mailed to parcels without any buildings on them. Is that true? Unoccupied parcels?
I am not aware of that. When you do a mailing of over 375,000, there will be some return mail.
Okay. Well, here's our concern, is that with the errors and the incorrect mailers and the return mailers, our concern is the process is being rushed and the mistakes are being made. And ultimately, it reduces our confidence that your office can come up with accurate values for all the people out there.
I do not consider a 2-year reassessment process to be a rush process. It was done over a 2-year period in which these values were generated. And most assessment offices generate values every year.
So it's done over a 2-year period, and yet you told us back in October that you were not ready to send out tax impact notices because it was going to take an additional 7 work weeks. Why didn't you get the tax impact notices ready over that 2-year period?
We only decided to change the level of assessment 2 weeks earlier, and that was during the period of time in which tax warrants for school districts were being calculated. The same personnel that do the tax warrants for the school districts are the same people who do the tax impact notices. So because of limited staff, we weren't able to calculate the tax impact notices until the school warrants were completed.
But didn't your contractor, every time that there was a meeting, indicate on their discussion points that tax impact mailers should be mailed out by October 15th? And then they even provide samples to you.
I think those meetings occurred before I was appointed county assessor.
They did not. There was meetings on July 11, 2018 and thereafter that you attended in which the discussion points included A, that tax impact notices must be mailed by October 15th to get to the public in a timely fashion, and B, they actually provided a sample tax notice. Your office provided that to us.
At the same time, we didn't change the level of assessment until a week before the school tax warrants. And again, when you're changing the level of assessment, you're then changing all the impacts. And
So
again, the limited staff that we had calculating it were busy doing the tax warrants for the schools.
So because after this 2-year process you decided at the 11th hour to change the level of assessment, it resulted in the fact that you haven't been able to get tax impact notices to the public in a timely fashion.
The level of assessment was changed only after we completed the reassessment process, and then we discovered that the level of assessment at .25 would generate a tax roll in which over 99% of the properties, the values would only receive a 6% increase, and there would be no impact upon the market values on the assessed valuation. Then we engaged in the private contractor, Robert Gladymans, to verify if that assumption was true, and we didn't make the decision until he finished his report in late September.
Now by changing the level of assessment, what you did was you removed the cap on assessed increases for virtually 95% of the county. Is that correct?
That is correct, that the cap would not be in place because most of the assessments would be reduced, so the cap would not be in effect.
All right. So then for 95% of the homeowners, of course 95% would not see tax increases, but for 95% of the homeowners, if they were to see a tax increase, assessment increase, there would be no cap.
There would only be a cap on 5% of the properties, that is correct.
Right. So that's what, but by changing the level of assessment, that's what you did. You removed the cap.
We did that in order to avoid litigation on ratio because the Halpern SIP signed by the prior administration restricted the use of using capped and uncapped properties in any ratio study. So once we were under that restriction, we would be at risk of a ratio trial, so we had to have enough properties in order to do a proper ratio study, and that required us to lower the level of assessment to 0.10.
But in effect, you removed the cap. So basically, there were no caps on assessment for anyone in here, so therefore, if their assessment's going up exponentially, 15%, 25%, 50%, they're going to get a corresponding tax increase or something similar to that.
Well, if the full market value would be increased, all the assessment is decreasing, but it's based on the full market value.
How many public forums have you held in the county in which you've been at meetings and answered questions?
I have not attended any yet.
The question wasn't attended. You're in charge of the assessment system. Back when it was done in 2003, the then assessor Harvey Levinson went to hundreds of them. So, and one of the reasons this room is this packed and the adjoining rooms is that people want answers. And we've been having forums, but we're limited because we're not the experts. We're not doing the process. So, again, how many have you had in which you or the county executive went in front of a group of people and answered questions?
We felt it was more effective to have satellite offices open and have taxpayers do one-on-one consultants with our senior assessment staff to get questions answered. From those satellite offices, we've met with over 4,000 taxpayers, which is quite a bit more than most public hearings answer questions from the public.
So you've been at each one of these meetings?
My staff has been at those meetings.
So, but here's the thing. You give people a short slot of time, you have to ask some questions. It's not the same as getting a full presentation from the assessor explaining exactly what they're doing and what the impact is going to be in their properties. I mean, as a public official, and you're now the assessor of the county, you have an obligation to everybody in this room, just as we do, to answer questions. And when you make decisions, you can't just hide.
The questions that get asked at the satellite centers would receive the same answers from my staff as they receive from me, and they get a lot more time in order to get those questions answered than 3 minutes at a public hearing.
So then you feel that because your staff is at these satellite centers, you don't have to go in front of the public and answer their questions. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying that the public gets the answers from my staff, and the answers they receive from my staff would be the same answers they'd receive from me. And the information that's provided on our website is the same information they also receive at our satellite centers, explaining how properties were valued and details on the exact components of those valuations.
You know, you're dead wrong about this. I mean, there is no debating among rational people that having these meetings at satellite offices suffices or takes the place of you going in front of a room of people and answering questions. That's what being a public official is. You make decisions, and you have to live with them. So having people go to satellite offices and having your staff try to answer questions and try to understand prognosis, there's limited value to it. But if you go and have public meetings like this, there's a reason why all these people are here and not at satellite offices, because they're worried, they're concerned. They have a right to have the people who are making decisions answer questions. That's all I have for now. Anyone else?
Good evening. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I do want to say that better communication is necessary, you know, because we have a lot of questions, as you can see, a lot of people. And even when legislators reach out to you, you should respond in a timely manner, because you know that I reached out to you no less than 3 times because I was going to attend a meeting in regard to assessment, and I wanted to make sure that I gave the correct information to my residents, and I never received an email or a call back from you until after the fact. And I really think that with an issue like this, it's paramount that the lines are kept open. But I actually went to a satellite location, and I sat down with one of your representatives, and I asked about the market values, because I think that we can't understand how these values came. And I said, well, how is it that all of a sudden, like, say, my house may be valued at $860,000? And the person explained to me that I have to look at the fact that those values are based for what my house would be worth basically in 2021, in 20. And and then what it is, and that's based on the fact that in the previous years, house prices have risen by a certain percentage. So the market, say, would rise, like the market has been rising, say, 6% or 10%. So you take a look at that. So if my house was only worth, like, say, $700,000 now, and it was going to go up by over 10%, so in 2 years, that would be then how that value was gotten. So that's how my market value is based on what they anticipate the house to be valued at in that year, based on the housing market and the increases that have occurred. So I asked, well, what happens if the market is flat and the house prices don't rise as much, that all of a sudden, instead of it, like, you can count on a 6% increase every year, that maybe it's going flat and it may go down 6%. What do the residents do when you think that my house is going to be worth $860,000, but it really is only going to be worth $790,000? So I want to know, is this how you based your values? And this is how my market value was achieved.
We base the values on the sales of the area that your house is located. It goes through a multiple regression model in which it takes a look at hundreds of sales that may influence the value of the parcel, and we value your parcel as at the taxable status date of January 2nd. So it's only the sales that occurred before January 2nd, mainly the sales in the prior year, that have the biggest influence, but sales going back 3-4 years in order to generate the value. So it's trying to properly reflect the market changes that occurred in the area.
So then you're saying that the satellite offices, the information that they give is the information that you would give. So now you're telling me that my house value and the market value of everybody here in Nassau County is based on the sales in previous years, 2 years back, and this year, and then so that, like, what the value would be now, and that's the value that is going to be used for the 2020-2021 tax rolls, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so then why then is one of the people who work for you telling me that the house, my market value, is based on the way that the house prices have been rising in the past couple of years, so that if you take my value of my house now, that you add a percentage, and that's so that in 2020 and 2021, my house would be worth more, and that's what the value is based on, and that's what the assessment rolls are. So I'm just saying what was told to me by somebody in the assessment office, and I think that this then goes back, because we still don't know from you exactly how all the market values have been achieved, and if people who work for you are given incorrect information, it is even confusing people even more. And it is unfair that I think that the message has to be complete. I like the satellite offices. I think they work. But I stand with the presiding officer in saying that it's up to you then, aside from the satellite offices, you should be outstanding with all of us, explaining to everybody why their taxes are going, why the assessments have to go the way that they are. Thank you.
Legislator Muscarella, Legislator Coppell, and then Legislator Rhodes, and then we'll go with you guys.
Just very quickly, I don't have a question, but I'm just reminded that actions have consequences. And years ago, when a referendum was put before the public to move from an elected assessor to an appointed assessor, one of the unintended consequences may have been that when a reassessment occurs, the assessor no longer feels obligated to have public forums where the assessor is there and answers questions. That one of the reasons perhaps that Harvey Levinson personally attended these meetings was because every 6 years at the time he was up for election, and because the current system is now that the county executive just appoints the assessor, that perhaps there isn't the the accountability that we had in the past.
Go ahead.
All right. Over the last days and weeks, my office and me personally, we've gotten, I can't count how many complaints about the outcome of your reassessment of your values. Now, I can tell you, when my kids went to school, if a kid didn't do too well, we'd have to help the kid or sometimes scold them. But if the entire class wasn't doing too well, we kind of figured it was the teacher. Look around you. Look what's going on here. You've got this room and another room here and another room upstairs, and the police headquarters is full, and we had to turn away God knows how many people. Your class is in total revolt, I can tell you that, and something is wrong. This is a hard thing. It's got to take time to get it right, and when you go ahead and you do the reassessment of the valuations, and then you throw on top of it the level of assessment, you've confused the heck out of people. Nobody knows what's going on. The notices that go out now are replete with words like tentative, possible, theoretical numbers. What the heck does that mean? Now, I have something to ask you. You're talking about limiting or avoiding all the mass settlements. Okay. I understand that your intention is to challenge or to defend pretty much all the assessments. Is that correct?
We always try to defend our assessments, yes.
Okay. As opposed to now, the question is it a fact, and I've heard this and I don't know, that in the state legislation you're trying to limit the appeals? In other words, let's say up to a certain amount you can't appeal if it's, let's say, 15% too high?
I am not familiar with that legislation, no.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad about that. Or any limit on time?
No.
No, okay, good. But it's fair to say, I think it's safe to say, if you look around here, that you're going to have a lot of appeals here. A lot of appeals. I mean, probably, I would guess, an unprecedented number of appeals, maybe by several times. And that means that you're going to have a lot of settlements and a lot of judgments. My question to you is, how much has the administration budgeted to pay for this?
For the actual settlements, or
Yep,
for the
actual,
process to defend the settlements?
How about this? Yes.
I know the Assessment Review Commission presently hired additional personnel for hearings.
Okay.
As for our office, using the same level of assessment that the Assessment Review Commission uses will reduce the number of settlements by a great deal. 80% of the settlements last year were strictly on the level of assessment differences. It wasn't until this past year that the level of assessment was placed on.
You had a mass agreement with some of the firms.
The level of assessment, which wasn't even published online until this past year, was always different at ARC than it was at the Department of Assessment. It really didn't make sense from our point of view to have a level of assessment of 0.25 at the Department of Assessment and a level of assessment at ARC at 0.14, which probably would have dropped to 1.0 to begin with, so they would have the same level of assessment that we're presently targeting now at the Department of Assessment.
Yeah, but you know, that's a wonderful answer to a question no one asked. What I'm asking you...
No, you were asking if we think we have less settlements, and that's one of the reasons why we will have less settlements.
But I didn't ask why.
Okay.
It looks like you're going to have an unprecedented number of people who are just going to challenge strictly on the value of base. Maybe you'll eliminate the LOA, but you've got valuation, and you've got enormous amounts of people who are unhappy with that. So my question remains: how are you going to pay for this? Unless you're totally confident that you're overwhelmingly correct and everyone else is wrong.
From the independent expert we hired, we believe the values that were placed were much more accurate than the prior tax roll. And with the difference in the level of assessment being the same, with the level of assessment at ARC being the same as DOA, there would be a lot less settlements resulting from that.
Okay, but all right. But as I say, What you're going to do now with all the settlements that you're going to have inevitably, by defending this, you're reviving the county guarantee, and I'm not going to get into that now, but you're essentially reviving the county guarantee, which hasn't given us cause to borrow for the last couple of years' worth. And that is a big problem.
All right. I told you that we would do half an hour each side. We actually went over a little bit. We'll have asked Mr. Moog, after the public speaks later on, other legislators, at least on the majority side, perhaps in the minority later on, we'll have questions, so we'll ask you to stick around for this entire show. So why don't we turn things over to...
What I was going to propose, Presiding Officer, is, I mean, we have questions too. I mean, we have 3 pages worth of questions. Well, I think we want you to hear from us as well, but I think I want to hear from you even more. So what I've been talking to my side, what we're going to propose is that if we can ask our questions after the public gets a chance to speak. We want to hear from the public now, so we're going to forego our 30 minutes so we can start the public comment.
Can I just make one comment before the public? Right now we have Department of Assessment personnel upstairs. If anyone wants to speak to them about their assessment, we have people willing to speak to them about their comparables, about the prognosis system, and how the values were generated. So they feel free to go upstairs, speak to our personnel.
All right. Well, thank you for that, and certainly anyone who wants to do that, we encourage them to do that to get the answers directly. But what room are they in, Mr. Moog?
There's a young lady in the back. Can you hear me? Patty, raise your hand. She'll take you upstairs. Or you can just follow the signs.
Okay. First speaker. Again, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. We're not going to cut you off at 3. We'll let you wrap up. But we have a huge stack here, so if you take additional time, you're just postponing everyone else's right to speak. First speaker is Francis DiGiovanni Marchell. You know, actually, since there may be people on this list that I'm here that are from other rooms, I'm going to call their names as well. If they're from another room, they can know to come in at this point. After that will be former Mayor Wayne Hall, Harry Avesta, Cara Reyes, and Ronak Mehta. So those 5 will speak now. Again, if anyone else is in another room, please join us. No.
Tell me when. My name is Francis DiGiovanni, and my husband is Victor Marchell. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a little nervous. We have lived in our community all our lives. Unfortunately, what brings us here is the distress over the projected $3,000 increase on our very, very small Levittown house. I don't understand fully all of the numbers and percentages and ins and outs talked about tonight. We understand the need for fairness. However, this increase will hurt us tremendously as we struggle to live in our community, which we both love. My husband has served honorably and is now disabled. We are not looking to sell our home at a great price or any price. Our home is in need of repair and updating to make it accessible for his illness. I am outraged and frightened over the increases. I am not looking to move because of tax increases. Our budget cannot be adjusted to accommodate higher taxes. That's unless we give up medicines, doctor visits, heating our home, electricity, and food. Please, please, I implore you all. Take this all into consideration when you're making your decisions. It affects people's lives dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you. Former Mayor Wayne Hall. Yeah, I'll put him on the side, but once he comes out, you'll call him right up. Harry Avesta. Anesta. Sorry, I thought that was a V.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief because I think my question, well, it started out to be what I thought was simple and logical. I am a resident of Wantagh for over 20 years, and this year the Wantagh School Board proposed and had passed a school budget that had a 2.82% increase to the school budget. My house has won grievances over the 20 years that I'm living there, but unfortunately has been frozen, I guess is the word the assessor's office used, that my house is frozen at its value. And when I got my school tax bill this year, the 2.82% increase in school tax I expected was in fact closer to 10%. And when and it's been a 3 or 4 month journey. I have called Donald Clavin's office, who said it's the assessment board. The assessment board said call the school board. The school board said no, it's the assessment board because we only give them a total number and they divvy it up. And then they said no, that's not right. It's really the school board. So I actually met with the head of the school board in Wantagh, who said no, it is the assessment board, who then suggested that I call Lauren Curran's office, which I'm still waiting for a call back from. My simple question is I think that I'd like to know who it is responsible and can adjust my expected 3% increase in the school taxes, which I voted for. I think the schools in Wantagh are great, from the 10% that it is now. And nobody seems to know who that is or why that is. And I'm afraid of what that's going to mean for the future. If I understand correctly, the average house price in Nassau County has been lowered by 6 or 7% with the glut of grievances that have been filed. So people like me whose houses were frozen are going to pay now the lion's share of additional taxes, even when I don't see any reason for it. So I'm not sure how that's a tax system. It's more like a magic trick. So who is it I would speak to about that?
Sir, you know, I know if you could give a brief answer just so that everybody can respond, but sir, if you find that it's not adequate, what we can also do is we'll have somebody from this side take your information, and we'll make sure that if you're not answered tonight, you will be answered by tomorrow.
Thank you.
Cara Reyes.
Mr. Supervisor, I have an answer for your resident here. If you'd like me to give it to you, I will.
Mr. Gold, if you want to speak to him outside, you're more than welcome.
I'll wait my turn.
Sure.
Or do you want to help me?
Yeah.
Sir, if you would like to, you can meet with our counsel, Mr. Astuni, and you could also provide him with your explanation so we could share it with everybody else in Nassau County.
Cara Reyes.
Good evening. My name is Cara Reyes. I'm a resident of the village of Mineola, and I am one of those taxpayers whose taxes, according to the proposed, with the transitional hypothetical taxes, is more than 20% increase. I'm all about fairness, and I have done a little research, and I've looked at neighbors, and I do agree there has been an improvement, but I also agree that the market values are not representative. They're not actual as a whole. There has been a slight level playing field. I see it with some of my neighbors who were very undervalued. I have a very small house, and there have been numerous houses that are 3 times the square footage, and they were paying less taxes than me. Looking at their current market value, there has been an increase where it's more acceptable, although I do agree that I would say 90% of us are still above the market value. My question is for Mr. Mook, if you can help me, as far as the appeals. And with this transitional cap, I'm a little concerned how that's going to affect our efforts to file an appeal. I've gone through the appeal process with the Village of Mineola, so I'm a little familiar with it, with the SCAR, et cetera, et cetera. But when you look at the tentative assessment, and then you look at it with this transitional cap, the tentative assessment lowers. So I'm curious how that plays a role when you're making the appeal, because in essence, and I don't know that's how it works, but are you basing your appeal on that tentative assessment, which is much lower than what they're saying it should be? For instance, if the tentative assessment, I'll just throw a random number, if it's 500, that's what it is, without the transition. And then with the transition, it's lowered to, say, 300. So when you go and you file your appeals, are you still basing it on the market value of, say, the 500,000, or will it now be at the 300,000?
It would still be based on the market value. It wouldn't be based on the lower assessment. It would be based on the market value, regardless if the transitional, the assessment is basing what the taxes would be on the transitional, but your appeal would be based on the market value. Yes.
Also, with the possible transitional cap, how will that, is it some sort of formula that you've come with as far as, okay, so the first year it's 300, the next year it's going to raise to 400, et cetera, et cetera? Is there some formula?
The transitional is the transitioning the full market value. So if you look on our website, we actually have a video explaining how the transitional would be phased in. Because if the transitional law passes and you would have a transitional assessment, all the assessments in the jurisdiction would be lower, so the millage rate would have to be adjusted to bring in the same levy. So it's not a one-to-one relationship, but from the transitional, we'll be phasing in the full market value over time. So it's, if you go on the website, you'll see how it's actually exactly calculated on the video that we presented on the website. But it's a phasing of the full market value over the 5 years for this reassessment.
Okay, so phasing of the full market value, but will that start at what's started, given in our notices, say the 500, right from the start? Or will it be lower because you're phasing in to get to that amount?
The value that you see on your tax impact notice would be the phase-in value of the assessment based on the phase-in value of the full market value. So if the full market value went from $500,000 to $1 million, the transitional full market value would be $600,000, and then the assessment would be $600 rather than $1,000. And then from that, from all the levies, all the assessments within the levy, that would calculate what the new taxes would be. So it's the phasing in of the full market value. So the taxes themselves will not be a one-to-one relationship on the phase-in. It's because the full market values are being phased in over the entire jurisdiction.
Does anybody out there understand that?
No, I don't.
The other point?
I want to know that my market value that's on this letter is what I can file the appeal with from day one.
Yes, it'd be the full market value that you'd be appealing.
That's here. So, and then next year, will that increase?
Depending on the market.
And the following year?
And the following, every year, if we do a reassessment every year, it'd be based on how the market changes. It could also decrease. If the market decreases, then we'd be lowering the full market value.
Okay.
Okay. All right,
but because of that new level assessment, there's no longer that 6% New York State cap.
Right. It would still be capped that you could not increase it more than 6% for the year. We expect that market values would probably be changing within. Usually market changes 3-4%. It might go up, it might go down, but it would be adjusted to where the market speaks to the assessment.
Okay, that's going to have to be it because we have other people. Thank you, Ms. Reyes. One thing that you should know is that we're talking about a transitional phase-in that does not yet exist.
Right,
in fact, there is no legislation that's been drafted. It has to be passed by the state legislature this coming year.
I realize that, but it will play a big role. That's why I was concerned.
It would, but it's all hypothetical at this point. Ronik Metter.
Hi, my name is Ronik Mehta. I'm from town of Oyster Bay, Alvin Jericho School District. The reason I'm here is the tax assessment system is broken. As assessor mentioned, all the values of houses that they figured they are correct, but they are not. I have multiple houses. They're high-end houses. They are assessed at $2 million. Houses are being sold at $3.5 million. So with this big discrepancy on these high-end houses are getting dumped on houses that are not valued as much, or houses that are valued correctly. So that increases our tax rate. That increases our school taxes for everybody else. So I have multiple houses here that I can show you. Some of the houses are listed for $15 million. On county website, they are assessed at $6 million. So I don't know how you assess your system, but what assessment system is used by you, but it's not correct. That's the first thing I want to mention. Second thing, I had an appointment on November 30th to see assessor. I asked my assessor to solve this problem. My house was built in 1957. I did a renovation in 2012. County website has information that the house was built in 2012, and that's how they're assessing my house. I'm trying to correct this for the last 3 years, and I'm not successful. I asked this time, I went personally, assessor, when November 30th, I asked the person, what should I do to correct this information? I went there with my CEO, I went there with architect certificate. He had no idea what to do. He said, you need to go to your town of Oyster Bay and get it corrected. I went to town of Oyster Bay. Town of Oyster Bay gave me, we already sent the CEO information to county. County is the one who put the information in. You got to go talk to county. I come back to the county. County said, I need to talk to assessor's office. Assessor's office, I'm trying to get in touch with somebody to make an appointment to see somebody. No answers. So it's just to give you an idea that you telling me to go see assessor, ask the assessor, or one of the representative at the remote locations, but it's not helping. They don't have complete information what to do or what could be done to correct the information. I don't see any correct plan in the system that allows resident to correct that information on the county. Second thing I have is when person files complaint of somebody having illegal apartment in a neighborhood, it gets corrected right away. The assessor comes there and we correct it, we take care of it. If I found a wrong assessment in the house, which is not fair to other residents of the county, how do I correct that? Do you have something in place for that?
You're talking about correcting someone else's assessment?
Yes. If I found somebody's house is not assessed correctly, and if I complain to county, is there a system in a place to correct that assessment?
No.
No. All right. So if that person is not paying their tax correctly, so that portion that they're supposed to pay get put on the other resident. Is that correct?
You're saying that the value, saying the value is undervalued. We don't have a system for a neighbor to come in and complain about a fellow neighbor's assessment. No.
You should, because it's putting burden on other taxpayers for the amount that they're not paying.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. We're going to move on. Okay, I got 5 more I'm going to call. I may be mispronouncing some of these names, but some of the handwriting is not the best. So, first, Ed Berliner, Stephen Kantorowicz, Albert Morabito, Mark Rosenberg, and I. Horn. So those are the next 5.
Hi, it's Eric Berliner. I'm sorry for my handwriting.
Okay, thanks.
I apologize for that. I think many of the statements that Mr. Moog made today is false, if not outright fraudulent, in regards to how the appraisal is done. I received my tax impact notice where my assessment went from $3,489,000 to $9,005,000. I went to one of the satellite offices of Nassau County, along with my next door neighbor, whose assessment went from $4 million to $10,005,000. My friend sitting here, her assessment went from $4 to $10 million. I asked the assessor how they came up their evaluations. He prints out 31 pages. We base your appraisal based on this. I can show you the 31 pages. The highest sale price is $4,600,000 in Sands Point over the last 6 years. Okay, other than one parcel, which was 20 acres, which would be divided into 10 individual parcels. Other than that, the highest sale was $4,689,000. On the county website, they don't even show comparables for my home. It says unique property. Oh. So when he says And when I went to the assessor there, I said, what do I do? How do I get this corrected without hiring a certiorari attorney at a tremendous expense? He goes, that's the only way you can do it. So I've now gone out, I've grieved my taxes when I built my house in '04, and I got my taxes reduced. But once they were reduced to the proper amount, I stopped grieving the taxes, which has been over 6 years. I have not attempted to challenge my taxes. I have now gone out and retained an appraiser to get an appraisal so I can now start the grievance process again. Because the tax assessment is beyond, it's fraudulent, it's criminal. On this tax notice, my taxes go up by $60,000. My house is worthless with this assessment, as well as her house is worthless, and 50 other of my friends' houses are worthless. And you can look at the sales in Sands Point over the last 3 years because of the taxes. The houses are unsellable and unmarketable. And you can speak to any of the brokers. There is no sales of $10 million. There's no house worth $10 million. And by their own assessment, the highest number they came up with was $4.6 million. I'd like to present this to you, and this is what I was given by his satellite office. I did not create this. This woman...
We'll take it over there.
No, I just want to bring this up. This is an example. She has been recently divorced. She got a settlement based on expenses, including what the taxes on the house were and other things. Her taxes are going up by $87,000. She cannot keep her house. Okay? It's absolutely fraudulent. It's fake. There was no real number, and I'll have my proposal by the end of this week. I can present it to everyone sitting in the legislative body. It's going to be at least $6 million lower than their allegation of the value of my house, backed up by real sales, not phony conjecture.
Yeah, we're hearing the same thing. We're hearing the same thing across the county and on the wealthier neighborhoods, poorer neighborhoods, the middle class. We're getting the same feedback about the values being excessively high. So,
this has to be started over. There's nothing wrong with having a fair and proper system, but you need to based on real appraisals and real values, not fake fantasy values.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
We would like to keep living in this area. I've been living in this area for almost 20 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but there's a long list of people that have to speak, and
can I provide with a copy of
Thank you.
these two things? So maybe you could sit down with the assessor's office, and maybe this is how everyone in this room has been treated. But this came from his office.
Right.
I didn't create these documents.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Stephen Kantorowicz. Okay, so, I'm going to hold Stevens aside in case he's in one of the other rooms. Albert? Okay. Albert, I think it's Morabito. Nope, thanks.
Good evening. First thing, I've heard the assessment board talk about going to run this thing for about 5 years. As I look back there, I see about half the people here are senior citizens. And in another 5 years, there'll be more senior citizens. In the Navy, they have a saying, for those who weren't in the Navy and for those who were in the Navy, they had ships called destroyers. And when the fleet was under attack, the destroyers would put out smoke. The smoke was to stop the fleet from being attacked by submarines or other ships. Sitting here tonight, this is what I think of this particular situation. This is a smokescreen. Nothing more than a smokescreen. The county executive is trying to get a budget put through. So they're putting assessments on the houses. I think it's unfair. Okay, some people agree with it. I think it's unfair. It can be probably straightened out. We'll worry about that as time goes along. If the county executive is looking to increase money for her budget, then how about if we increase the county tax to maybe a half a point, a quarter of a point? That would bring revenue in. This way, you would have everybody. You wouldn't just have homeowners. You would have everybody. People who rent, people who own. It would pick up the slack. I lived in the city for almost 60 years. We had houses in Howard Beach that were worth over $1 million. You know what they were paying taxes? $2,400. I heard this gentleman before. It's a joke. I moved out here for a reason, for a better life for my grandchildren and better schools. Thank God. They are doing very well out here in Nassau County. I'm happy on that. Now, the county executive wants to open up 2 precincts that were closed. I was in the police department for 40 years. And what we did in the police department, we had areas where we had high crime, like the 3-4 precinct. They took that and they divided it and made a 3-3 precinct. And the reason behind that was because of the crime. Now, we're told here in Nassau County that our crime is going down. She wants to reopen those 2 precincts. Please inform me why she wanted to open up these 2 precincts again. It would cost us more money. And the final thing I'd like to say, I got this information that we donate money to the state for school taxes. New York City gets 50% of that money. We get somewhere between 16 and 18% of that money for Nassau County. That's a travesty. So all of the people have to start working on the people upstate New York and have them change this around so we're not burdened with the rest of the state. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Morbido. Mark Rosenberg. By the way, these slips are from all over the county. It's every nook and cranny of this county is represented by people here today.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I just want to ask one question first. Is Laura Curran in the room? I guess not. I'll go on. But Mr. Moog is here. Okay. So we're telling us at this point property values are at the highest they've been. That's what they're telling us. Also, President Trump's plan limits a $10,000 cap on property taxes. So if you have taxes of $12,000, you're already $2,000 in the hole. You're going to increase it more. It's going to put hardworking people more in the hole on top of it. Has anybody ever taken that in consideration, that the timing is very bad in what you're doing? Okay? Okay. Also, as a senior citizen, me and my wife, who have lived in Franklin Square for over 60 years, okay, our children have not been in school for 15 years. Why are we paying the same taxes comparable to other people in other homes when our kids, we haven't had kids in school for 15 to 20 years? Isn't there any tax relief for senior citizens? So I did a little research, right? I looked up the STAR. Got $41,000 for the STAR, enhanced STAR. $41,000 or $80,000 of it. $41,000. Could you live in Nassau County for $41,000 on Long Island? You couldn't live in the Bowery for that. Okay? So I would seriously say, Mr. Moog, I mean, you owe an apology to everybody in this room for coming out here. That's outrageous. Thank you very much.
Mr. Horn? Aye, Horn.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Living in Nassau County since 1981 when I got married. Bought the house in Franklin Square, a great middle-class neighborhood, and looks like we're going to probably have to leave down the road. my 1,250 square foot house, 60 by 100, when I did the math about 2 weeks ago, the amount of money we paid when we bought the house, with all the taxes that we have been paying up until now, and what looks like it's going to be outrageous as time goes on, because as you know, when the taxes are tied to the value of the house, I made literally zero, even though my house has increased 4 times. I made no profit on the amount of increase of value of my house in all this time. It was a losing proposition. Yes, we had our own house, great. The kids were able to play in the backyard, but quite honestly, we didn't make any money on the house. And this is not just me, these are other people I speak to in the neighborhood. The taxes are not sustainable. You're going to drive middle-class people, senior citizens out of Nassau County, which in my opinion is the backbone of Nassau County. They made Nassau County. Now, I have nothing against civil servants, the police. My son is looking to be called by New York City or possibly Nassau County for a job in the future, and I don't begrudge what they make. They risk their lives for us on a daily basis when they're in uniform and when they're in civilian. But the pensions are tied to the taxes. We pay a tremendous amount of taxes. Something has to be done so people can live in this county, because everybody that I speak to are going to have to move and leave their children behind. That's a pretty sad thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. The next 5 are Giovanni Cerrone, Michael Odo, Terry Winston, Joseph DiBenedetto, and Allison Wolf. So, Mr. Cerrone.
Yes, my name is Joan Cerrone. I'm here because, first of all, I received 2 notices on appraisal in 2 weeks. You say, you never said, send it to them. My tax look like it's going to go on Nassau County on own $903.50. It's a small houses. It's got 7 rooms. It's not 11 rooms the way it's priced on it. So you increase 25% of my taxes. Now this 25% is going to go on the school budget. The school budget is going to take the price that they did. It's going to increase some more tax than supposed to. Plus they're going to take 2% because of the New York State cap. And plus whatever they would need to repair the schools. So altogether, my school tax is going to go at least $1,500 only on school tax, because you increase my tax at 25%. And plus you classify my houses class 1. It's not class 1 because I live on a dump street. It's got 3 arboretum that parks the street, the road all over the places. It's got the tow truck that parks, and plus the service, the repair shops that park all over the place. You cannot even go through the street sometimes. So it's not class 1. You got to do the math better than everything else. My location is at 14 Valley Road in Port Washington. If you want, you can go through and look at it, because that's the way it's supposed to do. And not increase like dreaming.
If we have the inventory of property wrong, we have the wrong number of rooms, you can go upstairs and get that corrected. As for tax class 1 just means it's a single-family home. That's what we mean by tax class 1.
I have it right there. You list 11 rooms when there's 7 rooms.
Like I said, you can go upstairs and get that corrected right now.
I keep calling in office. I keep calling in office for years. I never got an answer about this one.
And I'm telling you now, you can go upstairs and get that corrected right now, and it'll be affected in your taxes in the coming year.
you should think about it before increase the much, because people cannot afford anymore the tax, cannot afford anymore to live in these places, because you people don't know how to treat the.
You see the woman in the back, Patty, she'll take you upstairs and get your inventory corrected.
Okay, the next one would be Michael Otto.
I just want to make sure he finished. The only thing my first question really was, but I have others that I think are tied to it, was how did you get this? Oh, sorry. How were you able to circumvent the state law on the limitation of the assessment increases? Because it says 6%, and that's supposed to be mandated by New York State, or 20% over 5 years. I don't know about anybody else, but I live in a lower working class neighborhood. In fact, when I bought this home, my wife and I, we were on a very low income. We actually qualified for Sony Mae mortgage at the time. I only paid $182,000 for my house, all right? I live in Freeport, and I also have the other advantage or disadvantage of dealing with Incorporated Village, which also has their own assessment system. And I was actually all set to actually grieve those taxes this year. And then I got this in the mail, and I basically fell on the floor. I said, you know what, let them leave that alone, because I got enough to worry about right here. They're telling me that my home, again, oh, here's the other thing. It was built in 1996. You've gone to a market evaluation ratio. I talked to Village of Freeport. They tell me it's construction costs, but they say it's a moderated type of thing. So what is it, construction costs of the time that it was built, or is it market value? Because I was told it was market value. And the other reason I asked that question is I have a two-family home next door to me that was built a little earlier than me. But my land lot assessment, this is Nassau County, has my land, the lot, which is the exact same dimensions as this two-family home, as twice in value. Now, unless that Earth was formed at a different time, the formation of the planet, I don't understand how that works.
Could you tell us just what was the difference between your village assessment and
well, the village assessment had me, I think, at $300,000.
And the county?
Now, I looked at this assessment. Well, originally the county had me at $265,000, which I thought was okay. That's modest for the area. Now they have me at nearly $500,000. Like other people here, if I could get that,
so
I'll take it and run.
the village is at 300 and the county's at 500 now?
478,000.
478 versus 300.
Yes. And I don't understand how the valuation could occur, especially since the two-family next door is still valued less than me. I don't get that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do the math, and I really don't know how this works because it doesn't make sense to me. And one other thing, sir, I have a neighbor right across the street from me, and this is kind of heartbreaking. He has two young boys, one young girl, and he got his notice in the mail. Now, I don't know if you know anything about the Freeport High School, but it's not the friendliest and most educationally inclined organization because they're dealing with a street gang problem there. I mean, up until maybe last year, we used to hear shootings every night in the summertime.
Please wrap it up because a lot of people...
My point is, he's going to have to move because he can't afford to send his kids to private school and pay these taxes. I don't send anyone to these schools, and yet I pay these taxes. So I don't know what my alternatives are. But please, how did they get around the state law of the limitation of assessment value? I just want that answer.
Hold on for a second. Let's say Mascarella.
Yeah. Before going to that, I just want to ask the assessor, when you did the county assessments in jurisdictions like villages that had their own assessment system, did you look at or consult any of the local assessors?
No, we did not. We valued it separately from the sales that were provided.
Wouldn't it make sense as a general statement to say that villages which are assessing their own local communities would know better the values of properties than the county going on?
The consultant that we use, SVS, Matthew Smith, also is the consultant for many of the villages. So in a sense, we were using the same consultants.
Yet in this case, and anecdotally in other cases where I've had people calling me, invariably the county assessment that's come in has been wildly greater than the village assessments, and that's just anecdotally. I don't have but anyway, if you want to explain the question, which is how the 6% rule has been circumvented.
The cap is on the assessed valuation. The assessed valuation can't go up more than 6% per year, 20% over a 5-year period. But because the level of assessment at 0.25 was unsustainable, because the Assessment Review Commission would always be using a much lower level of assessment, we lowered the level of assessment. So the assessments generally across the board are actually lower, and then it's based on the full market value. So none of the assessments were increased more than 6%.
Mine was more than 6%, sir. I have the numbers.
If I might, basically, by going from the 0.25% to the 0.10%, it allowed them to circumvent.
I understand.
And unfortunately, the courts have determined that is in effect legal.
I don't think we should be going too far here. Just, I think we should go to the next speaker.
Right, thank you.
But just by a show of hands, by the way, do people understand the level of assessment? What just happened? Anybody understand it? Okay, just curious.
Well, I mean, before you proceed, Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, I'm glad. I hope you got an answer to your question, Mr. Otto. But I was a little disturbed by some of the things you just said. Like you, I'm a Freeport resident, and I think like Legislator Muley. And you said that there are shootings.
I've heard shootings over the summertime.
Every night?
During the summer,
Freeport,
not this past year.
Sir,
Not this past year, but 2 years ago, yes. We heard, but they told us it was fireworks, but these were gunshots. Sir, I'm a hunter. I know what gunshots sound like. These were gunshots.
Sir, let me tell you. I live in Freeport, like you.
Do you live 2 blocks away from the high school, like I do?
No, listen.
Sir, I live in Freeport, like you. And I can tell you, there are not shootings every night.
Minority Leader, we're way off topic.
Well, we are, because I think I heard a very insensitive comment.
And I quite understand your feeling, and you've expressed it. Next is Mr. Jerry Winston. Mr. Jerry Winston, please. Are you here?
Legislator Coppell.
Thank you. Mr. Winston, are you here? All right. If not, then...
Legislator Coppell. I would like to take the opportunity to explain the level of assessment question that was asked. He's a resident of Freeport. He asked a question. I represent a part of Freeport. I'd like to provide him with an explanation.
Oh, okay, but we're not going to stop for extensive discussion on various people's individual thing, but this is a very general thing, so why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, just a quick explanation is that the way that your taxes essentially are calculated is that the market value of your house is multiplied by the level of assessment. So the level of assessment, that 0.25 that people are talking about, that's actually a fraction. It's a percent. It's 1/4 of 1%. So that resulting multiplication determines your assessed value. The caps under RPTL 1805, the 620 rule that you've heard about, say that you can't raise the assessed value, not the market value, the assessed value more than 6% a year or 20% over a 5-year period of time. As a result of the revaluation, market values in many instances were increasing at such a great extent that, not to characterize what the administration has done, but that the administration felt as though they wouldn't be able to capture the difference in market value fast enough if they were abiding by those caps. And so what they did by changing the ratio from a 0.25, 1/4%, to 1/10%, they've artificially deflated everyone's assessed value to buy themselves more room to be able to raise your assessed value to match the change in market value as a result of the reassessment. That's something that the administration promised that they would not do back in March. They went back on that promise back in September without our consent as a legislature. And that's essentially why you're able to get these large changes in market value and increases in taxes as a result, even though there is a 620 cap. Because technically, the assessed value compared to last year with the deflated assessed value as a result of the ratio change is still lower than the 6% increase.
That's right, okay. I'm sure everybody understands it now. Ms. Winston?
Yes. My name is Terry Winston. I live in the incorporated village of Hempstead. I grew up in Uniondale. My parents bought a house in 1969, a Cape. It's worth $30,000. I bought a Cape in 1995, and it was I paid $129,000 for it. A house, unlike automobiles, appreciates, and cars depreciate when you buy them. All right? I really haven't done any changes to my house, but yet the market, the fair market value of it always goes up. I don't benefit from that because I intend to live in my house and stay there. All right? The only person that benefits from that is the banks and the county. I don't benefit. You know, I grew up thinking and believing that if you buy a house, you should at least be able to leave it for your children. But Nassau County has created an atmosphere that forces people to leave their homes. You know, right now, what's happening is people are just selling their homes because they can't afford it. And if you think that you're going to attract the new generation that's coming up to stay here, they're not. They're leaving. My daughter left 20 years ago because she couldn't afford to live here. It's people like me and all these other people that are seniors that are keeping Nassau County afloat. And eventually, we're not going to be here. You know, the way you handle the property tax on homeowners is ridiculous. But what I'd like to know is, what is the responsibility of the businesses, the commercial businesses? How much of that pie are they taking? There's a lot of things that just don't add up here. You know, we've all been here. We've waited here and sat here and waited patiently well over an hour. I got here at 6:15. I had to wait to get in, and then at 7 o'clock when I thought it was going to start, it didn't start. I think that's very disrespectful for the people that come here. You know, you're late and we're early.
We do have an overflow crowd. We were trying to accommodate as many people as possible and to start so that the people in the other rooms could also hear the entire program. Joseph DiBenedetto.
Some of the points I wanted to make have already been stated. I have a question. Does everybody here remember the last real estate market crash? It wasn't that long ago. So my question is, when the market goes down again, are our taxes going to go down or are they going to stay up? And how about all the people who will not be able to live in Nassau County then? The ones of us who stay, are our taxes going to go up even further because so many people left? Demographics are telling us that the age of the residents of Nassau County are getting older and older. A lot of us want fixed incomes. Our incomes are not going to go up. If I go to sell my house at the assessed valuation that you just gave me and I don't get the money, are you going to give me the money? I don't think so. And how do they assess each individual house? I got a 900 square foot house with one bathroom. You're telling me I can get $369,000 for that house? I paid $29,000 for the house when I bought it in 1973. So the value of that house went up 10 times in that period. Give us a break. Nassau County is going to be a desert if you keep taxing us out of the county. I lived in Nassau County since 1951. I don't want to leave and go to Florida, but this is what's going to happen.
Thank you, Mr. DiBenedetto. Allison Wolf. I don't know, maybe Allison Wolf. I'll hold her aside also in case she's in another room. 5 more speakers. Jeffrey Angelino, Bob Oraz, Maureen Doyle, Lauren Pandalakis, and Cynthia Correll.
Hello, thank you for having us. Other people answered my questions, but I just want to bring up.
Just your name, sir.
Oh, Jeffrey Angelino. Sorry. When you reassessed it years ago, there was supposed to be that 6% cap. Okay, I had a bungalow. It was in my family since the 20s. It was a 700 square foot bungalow. Taxes went from $3,000 to $7,000 in 1 year. Now, I was hoping to save that for my kids. We had to sell it because I couldn't rent it for how much could I rent back then, a 700 square foot house? And that's what's going to happen here. I mean, my valuation went up 56%. 56%. And you know what? How do they expect people to afford this? I mean, it really is becoming ridiculous. I bought my house for $185,000. You could tell me it's worth $540,000. I didn't buy a $540,000 house. I couldn't afford a $540,000 house. Now, you know what's ridiculous? I went down to these meetings. I went down twice. The second time, the lady was nasty to me. Okay, I brought up a point. I said, I know what my school taxes cover. I know what my property tax covers. Now, if I put a dormer on my house, am I using any more of the school services? No. Am I using any more of the county services? No. So why should my taxes go up? If you put central air in your house, your taxes go up. I mean, you're just killing us. Something has to be done. Now, my neighbor that makes his house look like I'm not going to say it, a crap hole, his taxes don't go up. But I'm trying to make my house look nice and people move in, and I'm getting penalized. And plus another thing, you guys are the ones that told us to grieve our taxes. I didn't just decide to grieve them. You told me to grieve them. And so since I've been grieving them and I've been winning, now you're going to penalize me because you told me to grieve it. I mean, something's got to be done. And another thing, like somebody had brought up about commercial. First of all, I have a friend that has a restaurant. His taxes are $100,000 a year. $100,000 a year. You know how much food he has to sell just to make up for that? And you know what? There's nobody in that restaurant going to school. And his school taxes, I mean, everybody wants to push it on commercial. Drive around here. Look at all the closed places. I mean, it is ridiculous. You just have to figure out something else because I tell you what, I told my wife, these valuations, I guarantee you, my taxes are going to be higher than this. I told her, I lived in East Meadow since I was 1 year old. I worked in East Meadow. I volunteered as a firefighter in East Meadow. And I told my wife, if these taxes go up, I am moving. If you don't want to move with me, we'll get divorced and we split it. Because, I'm sorry, but you guys have to do something. And you know what? They should be elected. He shouldn't be appointed. Thank you.
Bob Oraz.
Hey, good evening. I have a simple question here. What are the numbers that were used to formulate the projected hypothetical tax bills for the 2020-21, since all since they are not all appear on the tax notice?
Mr. Moon?
To generate the hypothetical tax impact, they look at the levies from 2017-18, which is the only complete tax levies that we have, and we apply the new assessments to those levies. And from that, you generate the hypothetical tax impact.
Well, I mean, obviously somebody had their eyes closed, because if I took the value you have now with my assessed value, which happens to be lower than my former assessed value, even though the value of my property has gone up 105%. If you take that value, the new value, and multiply it by my present tax rate, that number is $4,200 for a school district. You have me down for $5,610. Where'd you get that number from?
It's the same levy, but not the same tax rate, because it has to generate the same amount of money for the entire levy, but the tax rate would change in order to generate that levy that would be required.
Where did you get the tax rate from?
The tax rate is a fallout from if you take the entire levy, which is the amount of money those jurisdictions need, the school, the county, the town, it takes that levy amount and then figures out the entire assessment for that jurisdiction.
For what year?
Well, it takes the 2017-18 levy and then applies the new assessments to that levy.
Well, I've done that. Believe me, I know how to do that. The fact is that when I took that number, the new number, and multiplied it by my tax levy, my tax rate now, it comes up with a much lower number than you have here.
It would be a different tax rate because you'd be getting it's the same amount of money being generated, but because all the assessments are lower, it would have a different tax rate. You wouldn't apply the same tax rate from 2017-18. You take the assessments for new assessments that generate for 2021 and apply those assessments to the levy, which the amount of money is needed by those jurisdictions.
Yeah, how do you know what the levy is in 2021?
We use a projection from 17-18, the last levy that's known.
So in other words, the tax rate is also a projection?
Correct.
All right. Well, I went backwards. I took the number that you put on my form, and I went backwards, and I figured out what the tax rate would be. Then I did my neighbors and mine, several houses. In fact, I did 18 homes in my area, on my street. Every tax rate was different. Now, for what I understand, you have to have a uniform tax rate which applies to every property owner. If you come up with all different tax rates, that skews the numbers, and the numbers mean nothing. So all these people who are told, hey, yours is going to go down and yours is going to go up, you're using all these skewed numbers. When they finally get their tax bill, they're going to be in for a big surprise. I could prove everything that I'm saying.
I'd like to take a look at the numbers later from you.
Fine. Well, also I'd like to let you know that the reason I do know something about it is I was a former member of the Residential Assessment Reform Team for Nassau County.
Maureen Doyle?
Start?
Yes, Ms. Doyle, go ahead.
Hi. I was formerly not a griever, had no idea what was really going on, and then I got a tax reduction company solicitation in the mail and said, oh, it's free unless they get a savings, so I mail it in. And then I started reading up on it and was shocked by what I found. I'm nervous, so you can hear my voice shaking. So I want to break it up into two things. One is there's county tax and there's school tax. School tax, everybody in the district has to handle it themselves. And the bulk of our money is that. You can't blame the county for that. So everybody, go to your school board meetings, everything, because that's where it's at. No one's at school board meetings. I started going to those too. It's empty unless they're going to change something about the mascot. So I went on my block. 16 houses. 8 people grieved. 8 people didn't. So the griever From 2013 to 2019, his school taxes decreased 3%. The other house on the block that never grieved, their school taxes increased 41%. If they had been assessed at today's rates, the 41% raised person, her taxes would be $8,000 a year. They were 11. The guy that taxes have barely moved, his taxes were 8 this year. They will be, without a phase-in, $13,000. That's a small East Rockaway school district. We don't have a $1 million house and a $100,000 house. We have a very small, sway. So county, school, two separate issues. Everybody look at that. And the tax rate increased 42%, not the 2 or 6% that the school stays in. I'm also concerned that a lot of people have no idea what's going on, but all of a sudden they get escrow shortages in their mortgages, not realizing how much their taxes are going up. Just all of a sudden that the mortgage payment's going up, it's all tied to the taxes. They're not grieving, they don't know. It's a mess. It's school, this has to be done. If I was overpaying $5,000, I would not want to phase in. I luckily grieved in 2017 and 2018. I'm right at my assessed value, which I do think is fair. My Lynbrook assessed value is at $301,000, because I checked that, because I'm like, oh shit, I got to grieve that, sorry. So my Lynbrook assessment is at $301,000. My Nassau County assessment, which is fair, is at $574,000. So comparing your town to the county, that's useless as well. And I think all the legislators here could have taken 10 minutes to go through their districts and seen the disgusting discrepancy that is there. That's it.
Ms. Pendelakis? Lauren Pendelakis? I'll pull that aside as well. Cynthia Carrill?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm hearing some things that suggest that there may be issues with the current reevaluation. And maybe there are, maybe there aren't. But an awful lot of people in this room are angry and afraid. And they are that way because for 9 years, the county did not do what they were supposed to do and update the assessments. Blaming the people that are trying to fix that, to me, seems incredibly counterproductive. Did they get it right on the first shot? I don't know, and I am assuming that next year's, the upcoming grievance process will tell us that. Maybe they will survive the grievance process as well as they think they will, and everybody, an awful lot of people in this room will have egg on their face. Maybe they won't, in which case, I feel sorry for you. But the reality is, Laura Curran didn't cause this problem, and this gentleman didn't cause this problem. This problem was caused 9 years ago. And an awful lot of people were urged by their county legislators to go out and grieve and have been enjoying an artificially low tax rate. And I realize it's a shock to them, but they've enjoyed a privilege that their neighbors had to pay higher taxes for, which is why it's estimated that 48% of the people in this county are going to see their taxes go down, because those people have been overtaxed and nobody's giving them back those overpayments.
Thank you. Ms. Correll, perhaps you forgot that the county executive was a legislator for 4 years, and she was one of those people telling her constituents to go out and grieve. In fact, In fact, she was one of the legislators who extended the period so people could have a longer time to grieve. What we're all here to do, we're here for one purpose. We're here to make sure this is done correctly. Everyone knows it has to be fixed.
I would be shocked if any legislator had not told their constituents to grieve.
You had your opportunity to speak.
I fully assume that every single legislator advised their residents to grieve.
Look, this is how many speakers we have left. It's not your night. Next 5, Larry Wexelblatt, R. Ralph, John Smith, Chandra Ortiz, and Karen Higgins.
So I'm Larry Wexelblatt. So first I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I've never done this before, and I likely will never do it again. The behavior of this body in front of this audience is really embarrassing. The pile-on is embarrassing. I'll get on to my statement so I can get it done in 3 minutes. I'm a Merrick resident who purchased my home 24 years ago, a home that I made sure was one that my family could afford and not a home beyond my means. Within the last few years, there have been much talk about tax grieving. Like everyone else, I got my share of mail from all the companies offering their services for a percentage of the savings. This must be a lucrative business because the mailings never end and the advertising just continues. In addition, over the last few years, I've received Nassau County documentation that clearly stated my home's market value per the county was $374,000. My home is the smallest home on the block, one of the smallest styles of home in my neighborhood. So while I would hope my home was worth more if I were to sell it, the county assigned a value of $374,000. My assumption and logic was there's really little reason to grieve. I'm market valued at a low rate. The county must be setting my taxes on the low side based on my market valuation. At least that was my logic. Looking at my reassessment impact statement, it shows that with a market value of $374,000, my taxes are over $14,000 a year. With the projected reassessment for 2021, my market value goes up to $535,000, which is probably a fairer market value, but my taxes drop to $11,000. How is that possible? How are my taxes over $2,000 less a year with a higher market value? Well, here are the facts. Now I have proof from the impact statement is that you all deceived me for many years. My home wasn't valued for tax purposes at $374,000. My home was valued at $660,000. I couldn't sell my house for $660,000. Wouldn't be done. Because I never grieved my taxes, even though all of you told us to, I paid more in county tax burden to offset the reductions given out like candy on Halloween to those who grieved.
Thank you, sir.
No, I really would like to take another 30 seconds if I could.
Sir.
Every
sir,
comment, you in particular have stepped on other people's words.
Sir, we have rooms full of people waiting to speak.
Well, Mr. Rhodes, I'm your constituent, and I'd like you to reach out to me.
Good.
I'd be happy to. Actually, and I would be pleased to discuss the situation with you, Mr. Estuni. If you would go down and get his information, I'll be happy to do that.
Mr. Rolfe? John Smith, Montour.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to be here tonight to give you our feelings about this egregious tax proposal. Again, we have a Ponzi scheme upon us. One that's been put to us by a county exec, Laura Curran, who, she's had a year to do something. She's done nothing. She sat back and wasted a whole year of our time. We have an amateur for an assessor who seems to not be able to understand or explain anything, doesn't think we're worth the time or effort to reach out and talk to us, and every time he explains something to us, he might as well be speaking a foreign language. We were all asked to grieve our taxes. We did. Some people who didn't are crying now because, oh my goodness, I didn't do it. Well, if you're too lazy to grieve your taxes, shucks, too bad. Apple was selling for $22 when it came out. It's $134. Is Executive Curran going to give me the money back if I go out and buy 1,000 shares? Is she going to make up the difference? Does anybody know? I don't think so. So ipso facto doesn't work here after the fact, and the grievance process that you're trying to skirt around and avoid is probably best stated by one of our founding fathers. Taxation without representation is tyranny, and that's what you're doing. You're taking our right to grieve a tax because, you know what, you don't like it. Well, too bad you don't like it. Too bad for you. And here we go with another bold-faced lie. We're going to take down the county debt with this money. We know that's not true. You never do. Why? Because something in Albany says, well, we're going to mandate some crazy cockamamie thing, and the money always gets spent, and nothing gets taken down. Nobody spends any time to do anything. And you know what? Let's take a look at what's going around the world today. Take a look at France, the most docile Western country that could possibly be. There's an old saying, how many soldiers, French soldiers, would it take to defend Paris? And the answer is, I don't know, because it's never been tried. Well, let me tell you something. They're rioting in the streets with taxes. They're fed up with the nonsense. These people here, there's people in this county, and I know for a fact, that have to go to pantries to get food and maybe borrow money from people to pay their taxes. And you're saying that, they're enjoying this low tax rate. Well, let me tell you something. My school district just recently, a piece of property went off. It cost the town of Wandsworth $350,000. And you know what? The superintendent of the school said, that's no big deal. We'll just get it off the people here that have businesses in the town. $350,000 for small businesses. Do you think that's fair? No, I don't think it's fair. And I think schools should be more accountable in Long Island. And a lot of other people should be more fair to what goes on here. We pay the taxes.
Thank you, sir.
It is time somebody listens.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm
Smith.
sorry for taking any more time than I'm supposed to.
Chandra Ortiz.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chandra Ortiz, and my husband and I are tax owners and homeowners and taxpayers residing in Nassau County. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard. There appears to be great confusion and anxiety as our county executive work toward correcting our property tax inequity that is detrimental to the county if it continues to be ignored. I believe that some of the confusion and anxiety is fueled by misunderstandings. Although there are many things that all of us assembled here this evening may disagree on, I will venture to say that there is one thing that most, if not all of us, will agree on. And that is that we want our children, grandchildren, and or great-grandchildren to be able to remain in Nassau County if they so choose. We do not want them to be financially devastated by the property tax problem that we know exists and that we can begin to fix today. Most people work hard for the things they have, and most people will pay their fair share to maintain the things they have worked for. Therefore, it is equally unfair for any of us to be grossly under or over-assessed. There are some in elected positions who are calling for a revolt against the county executive's efforts by encouraging everyone to grieve their tax assessments. This is irresponsible. All this will accomplish is overwhelming our tax system, resulting in a waste of our tax dollars to defend claims that may be knowingly baseless. As homeowners, most of us have a sense of our market values. No one has lost their right to grieve their taxes. But as I understand, payment obligations will become more leveled as this problem is addressed. The goal is for each of us to pay our fair share. Not as before, where some are subsidizing the tax rolls for those not paying their fair share. Will this system require tweaking? Sure. Most things reveal their secrets for addressing them as you begin to work toward fixing them. I support the county executive's efforts. I also commend her swift response to issues, as demonstrated by her immediate corrective actions yesterday, when a misdirected robocall disrupted an otherwise thoughtful, honest plan that was seemingly designed to remind seniors, I remind you, seniors, who may have otherwise forgotten that they may need to take action to protect their exemptions. Let me just finish. There's no easy fix to the issue of tonight's hearing, but there's also no alternative but to focus on the issue and address the problem.
Ms. Ortiz,
I respectfully ask all of you, regardless of party affiliation, to please work together to assist in these efforts by County Executive Coran for the benefit of the residents of our county, who has placed great confidence in county leadership and each and every one of you. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, sir.
Look, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry.
Please have some consideration. There's probably 75 people that want to speak. We're asking you 3 minutes. If you need to finish your sentence, finish your sentence. But please, it's not for our sake. We're here all night. You got 75 people that need to speak. So please keep it in the 3.
I understand, sir. I do understand, and I totally respect all of you.
Thank you.
Okay? But many
Ms.
people
Higgins,
had additional
Karen
time,
Higgins.
and I've sat here all this time. But thank you so very much, legislator. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Higgins, please. Is there a Karen Higgins here? Okay.
I want to thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Karen Higgins. I'm a resident of Massapequa Park. I received my tax impact notice, and even though I have a higher property value, I too am receiving a significant decrease, which leads me to conclude that I have been overpaying these past few years by a considerable amount. Now, everybody here has been saying how unfair it is that they're going to get an increase, but nobody has really spoken too much about all of us who have been overpaying the last few years. And I think as legislators, you represent all of your constituents, not just the ones that are complaining about getting an increase. And it begs the question, why have I been paying so much? And it's because we have a very broken system, needs to be fixed, and needs to be fixed now. Our prior administration in Nassau County failed to correct it. They froze it, and they did nothing after that. So many people haven't seen any increase. Others have been overpaying because those values weren't correct either. Finally, Ms. Curran comes into office, takes on the challenge to fix a broken system, and all I hear are people complaining. Well, yes, we have to tweak some of the things that have been done. Some people might have been overassessed, and, you know, they will get to grieve that. But Ms. Curran has had the courage to come in and do what Mr. Mangano and other people have not done. And to make this an attack on Ms. Curran and Mr. Moog is very wrong in my case. You can complain, you can go to them and tell them that your individual tax impact notice might not be correct, But to stand up here and attack them for doing something that prior people did not have the courage to do, I think is incredibly unfair. And I grieved my taxes on occasion. Yes, I did. And just because you grieved your taxes doesn't mean that you are currently at the correct point that you should have been, because we all know that some of those tax grievance firms got people better deals than they really should have gotten. So I don't think we should all say, oh, you didn't grieve, so you shouldn't complain. And I realize there are people that will be paying more, and I understand they don't like that, but I have been overpaying, and I don't like that either. We need a fair system, and the system needs to be fixed now, and I am willing, even though I have been overpaying, I am willing to have my reduction phased in, which I think is awfully nice of me, over a 5-year, no more than a 5-year period, and I would hope that my legislator and all the other legislators who represent all of their constituents will do so.
All right, thanks. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, just let people finish what they're saying and let them sum up, and then we can get this done as quickly as possible and get as many people up here. The next 5 are Rich Fascinello, Eileen Suprin, Diane, I believe it's Stewart, Gina Barbara, and you, Mason. So, Mr. Fascinello.
All right. Thank you to the members of the county legislature, Assessor Moog, and some of the other people from local and county government agencies that are here. My name is Rich Fascinella. I reside in Steve Rhodes District. I've lived in Belmore for 46 years, since I was a baby, not that old. I grew up in the community, and now I own my own home with my wife, Ann. She's also a lifelong resident of Belmore, and we have 2 kids, 2 young kids. My assessment goes like this. In 2012, we were renting a house in Belmore. My father-in-law passed away. My wife and I partnered with my mother, and we took her old home and we renovated it. We expanded it. We made it a mother-daughter living arrangement. It was a one-wall demo. If you knock down basically the whole house, there's one wall left, and we built a big house, a nice mother-daughter, but nothing too fancy. It's got all the proper permits. Just want to make that clear. Getting them was a lot of fun too. But overall, it's great. Mom's comfortable. She's safe. She plays with the grandkids, the whole thing. When we got reevaluated under the old system, our house was assessed at over $900,000. It's a big house in a nice community in Belmore, but real estate agents told us the minute we got the keys handed to us that the house was worth $5, $5.5, maybe $6 on a good day. But the county was telling me the house is worth $9. And that's because they comped my house, which was deemed a new construction, against a new development that went up in the community where the houses were selling at a very elevated rate due to market demand. You know, a lot of people coming from the city, they're coming in, open house, they're dumping cash down, and away they go, and they're getting inflated values. Well, the county thought my renovation was also worth $900,000. So I grieved. I used one of the firms, went to SCAR. I had to go to the SCAR hearing. And now the county thought my house right now is worth $8 and change, which it's still a little overinflated, but I don't have to sell, which is nice. Under the new system, my house is valued around $6.5, which, as I stated earlier, is pretty much what I would list it for if I was to put it on the market today, which is awesome. So I just want to say that I support Laura Curran's efforts here to fix what was a very broken, messed up system. Okay, it needs to get done, and it needs to get done as quickly and judiciously as possible. So I want to make that clear, and I'm here to support that effort to move that forward. And I just, like anybody else, I just want to pay my fair share. But with that said, I'll use my last 30 seconds to just say to Assessor Moog and just to everybody else, this system really needs some work. I know you're doing the best you can. I know it's a complex thing, but there needs to be better communication. There needs to be more clear communication, and 2 words, layman's terms, please. I know the scientific stuff you have to do. I don't get it, and most of us don't. So we need things explained to us in a clearer way. Thank you.
Eileen Supran.
Hi. I live in the Plainview School District, so Arnie, you are my legislator, so I'd like you to just pay careful attention to what I'm going to say because it's directly from a resident with some comparisons. I never grieved until 5 years ago when I said, hey, I keep hearing about grieving, let me try it. I did it, I did my best, I did it myself, I got nothing. So I didn't do it again because I was disappointed in saying, of course, the system doesn't work. I mean, come on, why do it? Then last year, after my friend told me that they got 9 reductions in a row, 9 years in a row, I said, who do you use? So I used that company. Of course, they got me a very nice reduction a year ago. Of course, I owe them $1,300 now. I looked at my friend's house, which is this house, that has 9 reductions, which is on half an acre. I'm on a 60 by 100 property. Their square footage of their lands is 21,000, mine is 7,500. They live in a magnificent house in the best part of Plainview. We know Washington Avenue. Their taxes are $5,000 less than mine every single year. When I look at my taxes compared to their taxes from 2012, theirs went from 20 down to just under 16. Mine went from 14 up to almost 21,000. So I've been over-assessed and overtaxed for the past 8 years plus time before. When I look at how much my taxes went up and up and up, mine started at 14 in 2012, and you listed my preliminary tentative value as 15, which I think is comparatively to my what I can sell my house for. I think that's accurate. So from 14,000 to 15,000 should have been the change over the last 12 years, which is fair for me. I instead paid $20,000 extra year after year. The first year was 1,000 more. The second year was then 2,000 more. Then it was 3,000 more. All that adds up to $20,000. I'm never getting that money back. And I understand that people who grieved a lot are saying, in a way, too bad for you, you didn't grieve. But I paid $20,000 up front over the last 8 years, and that's really not fair at all. So I don't mind paying my fair share, but I'd like it to happen sooner for the people who have been shelling out the money gradually, but that's a lot of money. I could have, if my taxes were going up tomorrow 20, I understand that stress from a lot of people, but there are a lot of people who have been overpaying, and when you told everyone to do a grievance, you didn't say if you don't, you're going to have to pay what they're getting a loss of.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, if you'd leave your information with me, I'd like to be able to stay in touch with you.
I have this slip here, too. Okay. Diane Stewart? I think it's Stewart.
Hi, my name is Diane Steiner, and I'm a resident of Syosset. I am a resident of Syosset, purchasing my home in 2000. I am one of those homeowners facing a significant increase under the new plan. However, I am in support of the plan because it at least attempts fairness by setting forth a common measurable method of valuation. The old valuation system, as instituted by the former state Mangano, was grossly unfair. One example I can cite from personal experience is the fact that several homes adjacent to my home, which are exactly alike in similar condition and on similar plots of land, carried values of taxation, of valuation that differ as much as $100,000. Why? Where is the fairness? People using the old system it was designed, and also the most able to pay hired certain professionals, reaping the benefit of proportionally lower taxes, and the byproduct of this, in addition to grossly unfair home valuations, is that certain businesses providing this service have profited greatly from this inequity. In some circles, these businesses have been accused of using large campaigns contributions to gain advantages for their clients and also keep the system going. This has to end. Property taxes have become a game of hot potato within the county, simply moving the burden from one taxpayer to another, putting neighbor against neighbor, until the county, including the towns, school districts, and other municipalities, wake up to the fact that we as taxpayers cannot continue to absorb the ever-growing burden of taxation. Nothing will change, and the exodus that has already begun will not only continue but grow. The middle class, as they retire, are leaving the county, and the next generation simply can't afford housing costs, which include the growing burden of taxation. It is time for taxpayers to demand that the game of hot potato ends. Not only is the fair apportionment of a tax imperative, but in addition, the county legislature must work towards reducing unnecessary layers of costs in an effort to control the tax burden facing all county residents.
Gina Barbara. So we put up the mic. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Good evening. My name is Gina Barbara, and I am a resident of Wandsworth and a constituent of District 19. Assessment has been an issue of heightening concern across Nassau County for years, and nobody cared enough to address this vital situation. During the previous administration, people would ask for ways in which the assessment system can be fixed. Much talk was articulated, however, action was non-existent. This entire legislature had multiple opportunities to do the job they were elected to do, however, ultimately did nothing. County Executive Curran, throughout her campaign, made clear the need for an independent county assessor as well as an inspector general, in which both have been completed as promised. With any scenario, there is a winner and a loser. In this instance, it is a necessity in order to foster a starting point to a successful future. Granted, all aspects are not perfect, but better than nothing at all. In closing, I have two questions. You claimed earlier that the system, you claimed earlier asking the assessor how much the county pays for mailings that go out. But my question to you is, how much does the county pay for letters that have been sent out to constituents, scaring them and putting more fear inside of them and totally confusing them? And a question for Legislative Rhodes. Do you support a phase-in? Why or why not? Because I personally support a phase-in for people who are going up. My final comment tonight is to all 19 of the legislators seated before us. How can anyone favor the constituents who increase in value and neglect the many who see significant decreases from the plan? I challenge each legislator to poll their districts to see the reality and to stop instilling further fear and confusion into the people you were elected to serve. I wish you a joyous holiday season. Thank you.
Hugh Mason.
Hello, my name's Hugh Mason. I live 310 Shore Road in Belmore, and I see I only have 3 minutes, so I changed my format a little bit, what I was going to talk about. Where I live, I'm lucky enough to be on a waterfront, on a canal. The properties that are in my neighborhood are 40 by 90. Our flooding is always a problem. Irene and Sandy just about devastated where we live. I see I'm going up over $240,000 with the new assessment, so basically going to raise my taxes over $1,000 for 5 years. And I just don't see where those numbers are coming from at all. I went to the satellite office and I spoke with the people there, and I said, your comparables, they're not on my block. And I was told we couldn't use your comparables because your neighborhood was devastated and those house values don't reflect what the real house values are. And I'm trying to explain to them that's what the real house values are. So basically they put valves in our streets, and these new valves, and they're going to cure all the flooding. But it hasn't. This is a picture about 3 weeks ago, and you'll see it's not raining out. And you see there's a guy on one of those boards. So when you tell me my house is going up, over 200 and something thousand, saying my house is worth 511, that's not true. We have a house for sale on the block right now that has double the property that I have. He actually was lucky enough to get a double lot. It's going for sale. It started at $420. It is now reduced to $380, and speaking to him, it's going to be reduced again. He can't get a buyer because these are bungalows. These are cottages. And I guess that's all I have to say. I hope this isn't falling on deaf ears. Like I say, please help the people on Shore Road. Please help the people in this room, because this just sounds like overwhelmingly because people didn't grieve their taxes or they didn't get the right amount. Now everyone's got to pay an obscene price. It doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Next 5, Monica Meehan, Neil Catrone, Annette Dennehy, Alcida Aviles, and Harry Friedman. So, Monica Meehan, are you here? Some people may have left. Neil Catrone.
I would just like to say that the timing of trying to accomplish all this is ridiculous. No one knows what the impact is going to be with the new federal tax. No one has paid their taxes yet. Where there's a cap, Nassau County is the highest in the country. We lost a lot of our deductibility for our taxes. To try to implement this at this time is ridiculous. In a rush to force the reassessment, homes were assessed at overinflated values. Any banks or lending agents will dispute these values that you've come up with and agree that these values are too high. During the last time of overassessment, homeowners lost their homes. Zombie homes still are a serious problem on Long Island. Everyone sees them on the island. And now what are we going to do? We're going to do reassessed. We lost our deductibility, and we're going to create a situation. It's a perfect storm what we're creating now. The federal tax changes have capped it at $10,000. I don't think you'll see many homes on Long Island below that value. People will be forced to sell their homes or create a lot of illegal apartments, putting a strain on our schools and our services and not paying for any of that. Because when people go to buy a home, it's to purchase a home. If we want new people or people to stay in their homes, it comes from the cost of the home, the taxes, and the mortgage interest. Those are the three things that create the value of the home. If the taxes go up and the mortgage interest is increasing,
the cost of our homes and values of our homes is going to decrease. The value of our homes will decline rapidly, and are our taxes going to be reassessed that quickly? This is terrible timing now. Timing is everything, and for the county executive to even think to implement these when they don't even know what's going to happen with everyone's taxes, because they're going to be filling them out pretty soon in a couple months, and we're losing all that deductibility with the SALT restriction. It's terrible. Doesn't anyone think about these things? This is just a perfect storm, and it's really terrible. No one really gave it any thought.
Annette Dennehy.
Good evening. I live in Elmont. I'm actually in Mr. Muscarella's district, but I also know Mr. Solage. You know, I'm one of the things that's really upsetting me right now is that this should not be a partisan issue. I voted for Laura Curran. I want a fair reassessment. Unfortunately, I don't. At least in my case and some of the cases of my neighbors that I've looked at, the assessed values that I'm seeing are just completely not correct. One of the houses that was used to comp my house, they said, okay, this house sold for $565, but what they didn't say is that it actually sold 7 months earlier for $321, and then it was completely blown out, renovated, you know, added rooms, and it's basically, you know, everything in it is new, and that's why it sold for that. And it wasn't even in my town. It was in Franklin Square, which is usually, you know, worth more than Elmont. Another comp that they used, they said it was similar to my house, but it wasn't. It was 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, not 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, and again, everything was brand new. They gave me a valid sales report that had 40 sales, but only 10 of those had Elmont addresses. The others were from Floral Park, Franklin Square, Garden City, New Hyde Park, and Stewart Manor. The median adjusted sales prices of those houses with the Elmont address was $128,000 less than the other 30 houses, yet the higher value was used by the county to determine the market value. I also checked a couple of these sales prices, and the sale prices for the county don't seem to match, in some cases, what's being reported on Zillow. I have a feeling what happens is people don't have enough money to pay the down payment on their houses, so they get a seller's concession, so it looks like the seller is getting more money than they're actually getting. So, again, I have to say that I can't trust any of these comps. The other thing the county doesn't take into consideration is, you know, if you live in Elmont, and I've lived there my whole life, if a house is being sold for $500,000 or more in Elmont, there's 2 things going on. One, it's brand new, or it's been completely renovated, and or it's a multifamily house. In some cases, it's an illegal rental. You've got 2 and 3 rental units inside a house. No one is paying some of these prices $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 to live in Elmont. It just doesn't happen. So I would just say, you know, unfortunately, I will be grieving because, you know, these market values are just not correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Villas?
Good evening. My name is Elcida Aviles, and I live in Franklin Square. My problem is, don't supposed to be problem, because I would like to ask to people over here, parents, if they don't help the kids, if they have problem. This is my situation in this town. 13 years ago, my son had 3 kids. He lives in Jersey, and they don't want a renting apartment because they have 3 kids. So I saw my son cry. I have a couple $100 in my bank, in the bank, and I say to my son, don't worry about it. I go buy house for you. So I buy house for him in Jersey. Unfortunately, in that time, my son doesn't have a good credit. So the house coming in my name. The lawyer make a mistake and don't put my son in the deed also. So this is my problem over here. My husband have a 3 heart attack. He disabled. I can't work anymore also. I'm going to be 69 years in May, and they don't want to give it my taxes. That's not fair. I pay school taxes, and I never have kids in the school. And do you think it's fair to me to go to sell my house and go someplace else so I don't want to go? Me and my husband, we have a 2 jobs for 20 years to try to live in Franklin Square. I still have one son to he engineer, but he don't want to live in Franklin Square because he say he don't go to pay taxes for people to live good, and he don't go live good. Do you think that's fair, my case? No, I don't think so. So I come in here to get a help, because I need my taxes going down. I pay $14,000 in taxes, and that's not fair. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Harry Friedman.
Thank you very much. I just want to say a few things. First of all, I don't know whichever side of this dispute that everybody's on. I think we should be passing out some liquor. And after this is over, I think a lot of us are going to move off the island. So, first of all, thank you for 3 minutes. I know we all get 3 minutes, which I think is fair. And I think that attempting a reassessment, to be fair, is also a good thing. And I hear a lot of people angry about the problems and the raises, and I agree with it. I agree with those of you that are angry. There obviously needs to be some adjustments. What I don't agree with is the way this hearing is set up. It seems to be designed to destroy this thing from ever happening. Now, the Republicans in our legislature had Ed Mangano and his wife with $500,000 of food tasting. They had that for 8 years, and they did nothing, and a lot of lawyers are making a lot of money. Now, I don't think you guys want the lawyers to be making all this money. They're making a lot of money, and they're blowing our budgets out because of that. My taxes are going to go up under the reassessment. I've been very underassessed. I don't like paying more taxes. But I don't like the idea that my neighbor or somebody in another community is paying more than they should have been. And the fact is, they're not coming back and asking me for the money I saved all these years. They're asking me to pay my fair share. Now, I heard a woman here before, and she got up and said she's going to lose her house. Well, maybe we need to make some exemptions for people that are in hardship situations. But to me, this is political theater on the part of the Republicans here. No, hold on. I'm not trying to piss off anybody. I'm not trying to get applause. To me, this is political theater in the sense that you guys had the chance. No, let me speak. You guys had the chance to do this, and you didn't. And you were questioning the assessor about mailings. Joe Saladino sends out 4-color mailings that are self-promotion flyers. Your guys, when you had Ed Mangano, there were mailers. His name was on every sign. To me, you're being very hypocritical about this, and I question whether or not your goal is to get information or your goal is to channel anger from all of us that are angry about this, about taxes that you guys created with your corruption and incompetence. So you get to be angry, get them angry at Laura Curran, who's taking a shot at doing something good and new and gutsy. She's risking her political credibility. And you guys are trying to destroy it for political purposes. Thank you.
Next 5, Eddie Gripper, and Andrea Cefaloni, Cristobal Lopez, Chester Brown, Fanny Allen. It's funny that the only people who brought up politics are attacking Republicans. No one has mentioned Democrats. No one has attacked Laura Curran as a Democrat. So there's some people in this room, we understand, have an agenda, but you like everybody else, have a right to speak with your agenda. Eddie Gripper. Eddie Gripper is apparently not here. Andrea Cefaloni. Cristobal Lopez. Chester Brown. Fanny Allen. Michael Magavaro. Is that you, Mr. Magavaro? Come on up. Yeah, okay, the other four are Pasquale Vecchio.
Hi, thank you.
Gaspar Nogman, Wagner, Michelle, Lisa Conley. So you're up now. You're up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak to my legislators and to the people of Nassau County. I've learned a great many things just listening to other people here, and while some people may try to be scoring political points, basically we do have to fix a broken system. We also want to make sure that the new system is not as bad as the old one, and we do want to make sure that there is fairness. And a measure of that fairness would be how much of an industry grieving becomes in the future. Because right now, grieving is an industry, and it shouldn't be. It's a sign that the system is broken. If you're telling, half the people have grieved their taxes and have benefited in the system in the past, and now will have higher taxes coming up, that tells me something's wrong. If the assessments that are done are equally inflated across the board, then it's a fair assessment, because everybody would then be paying their rightful share. And then grieving should not have that much consequence. And people should still have the right to grieve their taxes, but it shouldn't be the default proposition that, we're going to overtax everybody, and if you grieve your taxes, then you could, stick it to the next guy. That's really the problem here. And if you want to do things right, everybody will have they'll understand. We won't have the opacity and the confusion of how our taxes are assessed and determined, and why is mine going up so much, and I don't know what went into the formula for this, but it seems kind of out of left field. We'll have some clarity, and once people have clarity and confidence in the system, and we won't need so much grieving, then maybe we can focus on things like making the budgets a little more reasonable in the future, so that the taxes are not so high, and people can still afford to live on Long Island. Thank you. I'll cede my time to someone else.
Thank you, sir. Pasquale Vecchio. Pasquale Vecchio. I think it's Gaspar Dogman.
How are you? Thank you for giving us the chance. I have a few points. Don't know if I'll get it in 3 minutes, but do have a question, as far as the assessments go. I purchased the house next door to my primary residence 4 years ago for $350,000. I live in Montauk. I got my new assessment, and that assessment went up 68% to $588. My taxes went up 60% in 4 years. So I'd like to know, when you do take these new assessments into consideration, what the property was purchased for, how long ago it was purchased for. I do dabble in real estate a little bit. I'm in the construction industry as well for the last 20 years. So I know that not every home out there is created equal. When someone says, hey, this house sold around the corner for you for $500 a square foot, that doesn't necessarily mean that your house that you're buying is worth $500 a square foot. Everybody knows that a house is worth what someone's willing to pay for it. The house I bought was $350,000 because it was dilapidated. Reason being it was dilapidated was because the single woman that lived there was afraid to do any repairs to her house, especially to the exterior, because she was afraid that her taxes would go up. The only thing I did to that house was side it and put a roof on it and fix some of the landscaping because I live next door and it was an eyesore. I wanted to clean it up a little bit. The house is now worth $588,000. I don't know about you guys, but if someone wanted to sell me a property now that's going to go up 68% in 4 years, I'll take 10 of them. I just don't see how it's going to happen. My own primary residence, I put a second floor on it and added a back extension. My taxes went from $13,000 to $27,000. That's extortion. I'd rather deal with the mob because at least I have a sit down and have a chance at getting some of that money back. I can't see how in the world I still have the same 2 kids. They go to the same school my neighbor goes to. How am I paying $14,000 more because I decided to have a bigger bedroom? I want to put an extra bathroom. I don't know about you guys, but you know what? When I come home, I want to feel good about myself. I feel like I pull up to a nice house, I did well for myself. I'm living the American dream. I'm getting punished for that. Why? Why? Why am I have to give you $35,000 of my payroll to pay my taxes? What are you guys doing for me? No one comes shovels my snow. No one cuts my grass. I'm doing everything. Everything on my own. I'm doing everything that my neighbors are doing, but yet my taxes are $14,000 more because my house is a little bigger. And my house next door went up 68% because I put siding on it. Can't understand it. I cannot understand it. The woman sold because she couldn't even afford to live there anymore. Okay? It's crazy. This is extortion.
Wagner, Ms. Maciel. Lisa Conway.
Good evening. Hello. I actually have questions that I'm hoping will be answered. If we were told to grieve our taxes and now we're being penalized, why were we told to grieve our taxes? Okay, so those who are now going to benefit because they didn't grieve, why are we going to get an increase because we did grieve? Again, system's broken. I don't understand. It's not fair. If we were told to grieve and we benefited from it, then those who didn't grieve are going to benefit now because their taxes are going down. So why are our taxes going to go up? Why are they paying our taxes if we were told to grieve? If we grieved and got the benefit and they didn't grieve, they don't get the benefit, but now they're going to. But it's like borrowing from Peter to pay for Paul. It's not right.
Social justice.
It's not right. And Nassau County pays the highest taxes in the United States along with Westchester. Is there any reason why we need to increase our taxes now when the median taxes are between $2,000 to $3,000 in other countries, other counties? I'm actually looking for an answer. Anybody?
The taxes do not, the assessment is a zero-sum game. No government, schools, villages, towns, counties get $1 more. It just redistributes who pays how much. So there's no additional money generated for government by this process.
Not understanding that, but I lived in North Carolina for 3 years. My house there was double the lot size, double the square footage. I paid $3,000 a year. I got services there. What I didn't get there was garbage collection. I had to pay for that myself. That was $50 a month. Do the math. It comes out to like $700 a year. You want to stop taking my garbage through the county and I'll pay private service? It's not right. And also, I'm in Williston Park. East Williston has the same zip code as us. When this new assessment came out, were they basing our Williston Park on East Williston values?
Mr. Moore can answer that, but I believe they're in a separate unit. They're being compared to other similar
It'd be in a separate unit, and you would check with the comparables that were used in generating your value.
Because my house, I didn't get the paper in the mail, but what I looked online said my house was worth $800,000. It's not, but I know East Williston is about like $1 million and sometimes more, so it kind of seems like it might have been based off of that. So I just wanted to make sure that there is a difference, because we are different.
If you check online, you could see the comparables that were used to value a house and the assessment ladder that did the adjustments.
Okay, and just a concern that our kids, not only the elders, the seniors, but kids cannot afford Nassau County, they're going to be leaving. You see businesses are empty, homes are going to be empty also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. Adam Heller. Actually, next five. Adam Heller, Peter Gaffney, Dennis Duffy, Mark DeVella, and Michelle Sinnott. So, Mr. Heller, you'll be first.
Thank you, Legislature. Thank you, Assessor Moog. I hear a lot about the taxes going up, and that could be a tax rate, that could be an assessment. But I think the most important thing here is that the assessments are accurate. And I have a tax impact notice here, which should be called tax confusion notice, because I've spent probably 5 hours trying to figure this thing out. Apparently, my home was assessed in 2017-18 for $934,400. The new assessment is $1,658,000. This property was purchased in October of 2016. Not a short sale, not a foreclosure, for $785,000. So I ask how that could happen. How could that value be so much higher? How could my property double in value in 2 years? The second thing that I wanted to add was that I think that we agree the system does need to be fixed. It is broken. But just because it's different does not mean that it's better. If you look at the amount of assessment challenges and tax grievances that are filed in our neighboring Suffolk County, they are a tenth of what is filed in Nassau County. I think the reason that their assessments are more accurate is because they assess from a town level, not from the county. It is very difficult to get home values correct when you're assessing an entire county of what I believe has over 300,000 homes. So maybe we should look to our sister county and take some ideas from them. The other thing is that aren't we worried that the increased taxes are going to decrease the property values of our homes? I'll add one other final point. If the tax rates on this piece of paper are projected from 2017-18 tax rates or budgets, don't we think that the budget's going to be more in 2020-21? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pete Gaffney.
Pete Gaffney, Westbury Carl Place School District. Just thanks for having us, and thanks to Legislator Schaefer for having an assessment review at Carl Place. Do appreciate it. Gave me some information. And actually, I went to the assessment building, the office, back on November 2nd. And basically, when I went there armed with all my ammunition to try to understand this, they said, wait for your 511 to come out. Now we got the 511, and I've also got the assessment. So I think that basically I believe that all taxpayers should know how the tax calculation is done. And from what I'm understanding is the whole thing is based on that, and in your computer website is the Nassau County calculation ladder. Am I correct? Okay. So that's actually on the website. You can actually see how they do it. I've got a lot of questions, though, about it. I don't understand the starting point, because I compared it to the houses next to me that you said that are comparable and other houses that are more realistic to me. And I'm going to tell you, every one of them were different. And in one house, we were 18 square feet different in space. That was it. Okay? Then the next one, the line 2, is the size adjustment. Mine said 2,500, but yet everybody's adjustable factor, it's different. Why is that? Another thing is the quality. The assessor actually rates your house. It says B, I saw B, C plus, C minus. How are these comparable adjusted factors calculated? Bathroom and bathroom fixtures, number 4. I saw 2-0-6, and then I see 115, 218, 319. What is that? Okay, how many actual fixtures are in the bathroom? Is it the first number? Tells you how many bathrooms you have in your house?
Those are all adjustment factors comparing the buildup on the value from the ladder. So it builds the value up from your inventory.
Okay. Part of this, because of this, so that people like me that aren't smart, we need to understand how this is calculated. So you need to simplify this calculation ladder that's on there for this whole basis. Your built-in depression, the percentage adjustment factors, they're all different for the years. What are they? Okay, it makes no sense to me. Okay, fireplace. What does 1 or 2 mean? Does it mean I have 2 fireplaces in my house? I don't. I have 1.
If there's any correction inventory, you could have that corrected with
Is that
the
what it
assessment
means,
office.
though? Does 1 mean 1 fireplace, 2 means 2? I'm going to be running out of a lot of time. Okay? This whole thing needs to be reviewed, because the bottom line is, when I compare it to other people, I'm paying as much as $2,000 more to county taxes. I also did random, I'm going to end it. I did random in other areas, and I've got a person who's got a $1.7 million house, and he's paying $1,800 less than I am in taxes. Something's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaffney. Dennis Duffy.
Thank you. So the reason we were all here tonight is there were too many successful grievances which led to an unfair roll, so we have to do a reassessment to make it fair again. The basic question is, why, out of the 62 counties in New York, including Suffolk, which the gentleman before this one mentioned, they're all home, and we're here? And the answer is, what's different lies in what's different in the assessment systems. And there are a couple of differences. Again, we're the only place where the county does it. Every place else, the towns do it. We have this school district guarantee, which means that when the county sits down to negotiate, I file a grievance, the county only has 10 cents out of $1 that we're negotiating on the table. So the county has a choice. They can say, hey, this guy's pushing me too hard, I'm not going to give him as much. Or they can say, I'll give him some and get him out of here. Or they can say, I'm going to take it to court and fight this guy. And 4 years later, the county wins 60% of their cases. Not bad. The other 40%, though, they got to pay $1 for every dime the county had on the table. So I'm here tonight to ask the legislature, both parties, to work with Laura Curran, to ask the state legislature to eliminate the school district guarantee. Restore the assessments to the towns, just the way it's done everywhere else in New York State. And while you're at it, this is extremely difficult to understand. And the reasons it's difficult to understand is because we have this nonsensical fractional assessment where we say your house is worth $500,000, but your assessment is $480 or something like that. And we have this 4-class system. We don't need a 4-class system. Every place else, there's 1 class. Whether it's commercial, whether it's a condo, whether it's a telephone pole, it's property. There's no need for a 4-class system. It just confuses things. And The reason there are plenty of problems with the results of the current assessment system, just as there were problems with the previous one. The formula should have been published 6 months ahead of time to give people a chance to comment on the formula before it was applied, and now we have to go back to the lawyers and enrich them in order to win. Can I go upstairs with the details, which I didn't get to speak, like my $50,000 shower stall? Thank you.
Thank you. Mark DeVella. Mark DeVella. Michelle Simmett.
A lot of the points that I wanted to make have already been discussed here today, but I live in Westbury, and I purchased the house in 2004. So once this assessment goes into place in 2020, that means my taxes will be increased by 117%. This increase from 2018 to 2020 is a 43% increase. I can honestly say that I work very hard. I've been working for 30-something years, and my salary increases will not equate this increase. So you're almost pushing me into a corner to not be able to afford my house. I don't think that's fair. I feel that we've been blindsided by this whole process. If this process has been in place for 2 years, why are we just finding out about it this past October? That's not fair. You said that we have to adjust our budgets, but you're not giving us a chance to adjust our budgets. There's no guarantee that this is going to be put into place over a 5-year span. So those of us that are getting the increases, such as myself, that are facing a $5,000 increase for a house that I live in that's in Westbury, that is down the block from a jail, I'm being penalized because I did renovations to my home, so I'm paying for an extra sink, a $7,000 extra sink per year. My neighbor across the street is paying $7,000 less than me on the same block. My neighbors next to me are paying $7,000 less or more. I've been doing all of my research on the block. I looked at what everybody is getting increased, and frankly, I don't think it's fair I'm being penalized because I decided to do renovations that cost me money. While I have grieved my taxes in the past years, I had to pay attorneys, so now I've already laid out that money for attorneys, but now I'm going to be blindsided and have to make that up. And that money is going to be made up increasingly from what you're saying. So whatever I've saved in the past is going to be doubled and tripled. My other question to you is what basis this whole thing is coming from, because I could not figure it out to save my life. No matter how I looked at the calculations, nothing made sense to me. Nobody's come to my house and walked through my house to give it a value. And everything that you put on the website, the comparables are the 7 or 6 houses, the highest selling houses in the area. My real estate agent came to the house this week and told me that those were done at the height of the market, and now the market is decreasing. So how valid are those? And lastly, 2 points I want to make very quickly is when this all comes into place and people are now expected to pay this extra money on the salaries that they make that they can't afford, they're going to have to be, more money has to go into escrow in addition to them paying those extra taxes. So when that all hits at once, that's going to be a very big hardship for many. The last thing I want to know is why we have to grieve in the first place. If the thing was fair from the beginning, nobody would have to grieve and nobody would be in this position.
Thank you. Yaru Zhang, forgive me if I didn't pronounce that right.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you. I'm here to complain about a apparent mistake in assessment of my house, 50 Merrittville Road, and I hope that you could correct it. This is totally a mistake. And we purchased our house in August 2015 at $1.22 million, and the market has not been gone up by 55%. And my house is assessed now at $1.766 million. And of course, all the taxes are going up with it. And based on we actually compared the Assessment Review Commission website. Based on the website feed all those reference houses price, my house should be at $1.226 million only. And that's based on your information. We also compare our house to the assessment with our immediate neighborhood in the past 5 years, all the sales prices. And I have these spreadsheets, all these numbers from your websites, and all these calculations are based on my personal, I am the mathematician, quantitative finance mathematician, numbers by square feet, by acreage, by sales price, by past 5 years. My house is not worth $1.766 million. That's 55% over my purchase price. So this is one thing I want to know. I want to see my house assessment being corrected. The second one is I want to anyone who could possibly investigate my neighbor's house, 46 Maryville Road, was sold at $1.85 million in May 2017, but is currently split into 2 lots. The lot number is 2-104-324, and another lot is 2-104-41 in the assessment row. The reason is the house is much bigger than my house, and the lots are much bigger, but the problem is once they separated the land lot where no house is on there, they only pay a nominal price, for nominal assessment value. So the house sold at $1.85 million, now it's assessed at $1.2 million. And in that house, all new floors, all new kitchens, the floor countertop cabinets, everything's new. Because I saw this happening. I saw the old cabinets, floors, everything being sold out. Marble jacuzzi, 2 dining rooms, newly finished attic, and stone-tiled basement. Plus, this house has new double-layered decks
finish up
and a
because we have
gigantic
to go to the
backyard.
next speaker.
And plus, I want.
Excuse me,
well,
Ms.
my
Zhang,
point is,
Zhang.
who is going to assess the county assessor's house? The lady in this house is real estate assessor.
Okay, thank you.
Please investigate. Everybody hear that?
Okay.
Yeah, everybody hear that.
Who's your legislator?
What?
Who is your legislator?
I don't know who is my legislator.
Okay.
I'm living in Great Neck.
I understand.
Okay.
By the way, you should know.
And I want to know how a $1.85 million house being assessed at $1.22 million. Well, my house at $1.22 million is assessed at much higher price.
The next speaker will be Gila Blanco. Ms. Blanco, are you here? Yeah. And somebody will take your information there. All right, we'll put Ms. Blanco aside. James Hentnick? James Hentnick, are you here? Okay. Paul Kosorski? Okay, moving right along here.
What did you say? Paul Sorsky.
No, it's Paul Kosorski. All right. Michael Gannon. Oh, Paul's here? Okay. Yes, Mr. Kosorski, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi. I'm with the New York State Conservative Party and Nassau County Conservative Committee. I'm also a taxpayer citizen. I'm lucky. I only went up $100,000. My tax is supposed to go down, but I ran the numbers too. They don't add up. In the long run, I'm going to go up because I did the calculations. My background is corporate finance. So all this tonight we heard, there's a lot of issues with the assessments not being accurate. The other problem is when the county executive made a promise not to change the number, and she went back on her word, the nicer way to say it is she lied. In politics, and I can tell you from my experience, it's not a good idea to lie. So that's the first problem. Now, I know that Ed Mangano froze it, and I know people complained about it, but remember something. If it keeps changing every year, it's like trying to grieve a hitting target. Try to do it because it's very difficult. So it may have to be reassessed maybe every 2 years. That would have been more reasonable because if you get a win, you get a reduction, you don't have to keep doing it. The other issues are it's devastating to the county. Even though I'm going down, I don't support it because elderly people are going to be thrown in the streets. That's not right.
when someone, even if they paid a lot of money for the house, they're so-called rich people, I don't hate them, why should their taxes go up $90,000? That's absurd. You're going to damage the real estate market. They take no consideration of the SALT deduction that's limited to $10,000. And quite frankly, a very smart guy named Tom Swazi tried to change the system. I'm going to give Tom credit for that, okay, because he did try. And what happened? He didn't get nowhere. Now, the problem is Laura Curran put the cart before the horse, made the assumption that she'd make the change, and then the legislature would go right along magically with her. There's no guarantee that's going to happen. And the other factor is, like Mr. Duffy said, you need to fix the fact that we give back $1 for every 10 cents we're responsible for. That's absurd. So if that's not in the plan, and by the way, what is her plan? Where is it? Is it on the internet? Did she announce it? Did anybody up here do anything about it? And then politics. Here's a nice board that I got saying that the Republicans are corrupt and evil. It's cute. I got to say, I like the piece, but I don't agree with it. It's a monopoly board. The presiding officer is a criminal. Ed Rod's a criminal. Laura Schaefer's a criminal. We're all on this little beautiful board. Come on, really? And people made comments about politics. I mean, I am in politics, but, you know, come on. So it's very political, but the bottom line is the assessments have to be fixed. But you guys got to remember, Tom Swazi learned a powerful lesson. When you go too far, you pay a price. When he did the home heating fuel tax, what happened? I spoke out against it. They mocked me, laughed at me. And after I spoke to Diane Yatoro, after he lost, they said, you know, you're right. So warning, the people come out and vote, and not the ones that are happy, the ones that are angry. So pay attention, fix it, speak to this guy, the assessor, and make sure it's correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Michael Gannon.
Good evening. So a lot of people tonight have touched on most of the topics that I had written down, but I want to touch on a few facts and give a few suggestions as well. Number one, I do suggest that for people that their taxes are going up, that they do get a 5-year phase-in. There are some unintended consequences that you do need to be aware of, though. I run a mortgage company on Long Island. A lot of people, year over year, get escrow rebalances and escrow shortages. On a 5-year phase-in, whether it was a 1-year phase-in or a 5-year phase-in, a 1-year phase-in, people are going to get absolutely hammered. They're going to get a letter, not now, they're going to get a letter a year in advance after this new tax bill kicks in and say that they owe the last year of taxes of increase, plus the mortgage company and servicer is going to want the next year increase as well. So a $5,000 increase is going to, the mortgage company and servicer is going to come back asking for $10,000 to not have an escrow balance shortage in the future. Okay. Another thing is if you do it
that evens out over time, though.
Okay. Are you paying the $10,000 for people?
I'm saying it evens out over time. I'm with you.
No, I know. I'm just saying. So I know
out.
it's easy sometimes for some people to say. Yeah. So another thing is if you do it year over year, this is a lot of people deal with escrow rebalances. Somebody touched on it earlier about taxes being changed every year. Most people don't even realize. I talk to people at work, and most people didn't even realize that their taxes had gone up. They just get an escrow balance every year or an escrow rebalance that their payment goes up. I had somebody tell me that their taxes haven't gone up the last 4 years. I went on mynassauproperty.com, showed them their address. Their taxes have gone up $2,000 over the last 4 years. That's about $500 a year, about $40 a month. And most people just don't realize it. And we're so used to paying more and more tax. We're 4 days short of the 245th birthday of the Boston Tea Party. And you know what? They're talking about France, and they're talking about other places and whatnot. I mean, are you waiting for riots in the street? Are you waiting for empty homes? You know, the seniors are looking for people. They're looking for people. You know, they don't have kids in school, and I get that. I have 2 little kids, one of which is going to be staring at me in about 5 hours. And, you know, if it's pushed from the seniors to the younger, well, the younger's not going to be able to support it. I make a pretty good living, but at the end of the day, I bought a house, and my taxes in North America are $32,000. I'm pretty sure I have the highest in North America. And there's 2 homes, and I have the addresses, and I contacted you about 2 years ago when this happened, and 2 homes by the same builder, identical size, identical lots, identical color, identical schools, within 0.2 miles of me, and they're both taxes are $10,000 and $11,000 less. And I had estimated about $20,000, and 31.7 is kind of soaking me a little bit. But another thing to lend with, in all of this, Republicans, Democrats, it really doesn't matter. We're all overtaxed, and at the end of the day, you know, Florida's population has surpassed us, and their budget is half. And where is the money going? Where is it being spent on, even in the schools? Where is it being spent on recording fees when people refinance or buy homes? Mortgage tax? Where does this money all go? Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Hunterkamp? Mr. Hunterkamp? Steve Driscoll. Mr. Driscoll, are you here? Okay. Where? And your name, sir?
Good evening. My name is Frank Hunterkamp. I'm with East Rockaway. I've lived in my home for almost 40 years. Many points, many well-spoken points tonight on both sides of what's going on, and we could sit here and I could had originally a number of numbers to compete with everybody else in terms of ups and downs. I don't think that's what you want to hear. One of the things that I've heard, though, in terms of my area, and I have 41 homes in my area, and I've spoken to just about everybody in that area, and I'm one of the ones that have grieved the last 8 years, and mine have gone down. And so I recognize the fact that it should go up. But I'm also under the impression from talking to people that the people who have grieved and gotten reductions are also the people that are getting the highest percentage increases, opposed to people who have not grieved and getting in terms of their whether decreases or increases. And so I'm questioning the fact is that are we being penalized because we did grieve, and therefore they did not. Everybody had the opportunity to grieve. Not everybody happened to do that. One of the things that Mr. Mugi pointed out tonight was that we would have time to adjust our income. All right, I'm 72 years old and I'm retired. All right, but so I live on Social Security and a little bit of savings. So there isn't much to adjust because we're also dealing with the question of insurance and home, taking care of ourselves in our senior years, and we have that issue to deal with. And this meeting tonight could easily be about the Long Island Water Company and all the facts of the people, how they're being trying to figure out what their rates should be and not be. So we could go on and on with different issues. The fact is there's only so many dollars, and therefore where do we spend the dollars? And we're being put into a position where we have X amount of dollars and we have to cut back. And that's not fair in that type of situation. It's just not working. Okay? So I realize that every one of you sitting up there probably own homes too and are facing the same situations that we have. So I commend you for being volunteers, because politics is something that everybody wants to get into, but it's a thankless job. Nobody says thank you when you do a good job. They only come out and point out the points when things don't go wrong. Everybody here that's left here has, have issues, and it's a difficult situation. I do want to say one thing. I did make $1 tonight. I'm the only one going out of here with money. I had a bet with the gentleman next to me who would get called first. I won his $1. So I'm going home with money tonight, and that's tax-free. I'm not going to pay any taxes on that $1. Okay? So let's get it right. You only have one chance to make a first impression. All right? And this is not good. All right? So let's do it better. But one of the things that we all need to do, especially in the areas that you gentlemen and ladies work in, is that we need to understand the word patience. 5 words I'm going to leave you with. 5 years I've worked on these words in my own business and everything I did. Plan, organize, direct, motivate, and review. And review is the most important point. If you can live with those 5 words and understand them in terms of whatever you choose, God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Driscoll.
Pardon me, Mr. Presiding Officer. I just wanted to state that the satellite office, we won't be taking any more people at the satellite. We have to have our workers go home at 11.
Okay, you mean the office upstairs?
Yes, the office upstairs.
Okay. All right. Everyone understand that we know ability today.
Today, they can make appointments for another time. They actually have to serve in other offices, and they have to go home. So
okay, yeah.
They also can make an appointment in one of the satellite offices upstairs.
Okay, sounds good. Usha Bansal? Oh, I'm sorry, this gentleman? No, Mr. Driscoll, sorry about that.
Yes, I'm Steve Driscoll from Massapequa. I'm suffering with a bad cold, so please bear along with me this evening. Really wanted to be here. Fair and honest. I'm not here to talk as a Republican or a Democrat. What we're looking for is fairness and honesty and transparency, all right? Homeowners are leaving Nassau County in droves, not one at a time, in droves. 6 families on my block left because of taxes. Our elderly are being pushed out. Our young families don't stand a shot of experiencing the American dream that we had right here in Nassau County. It is obscene. These tax bases go up. You already heard a smart conversation from a mortgage company. That's only the beginning of all this. I put my house up for sale last summer. The house next door to me is 1,600 square feet larger. He pays $22,000 in total taxes. His home is worth buku bucks. He went every year, he goes and arbitrates his taxes, grieves it. I have not grieved my taxes until this past year. I don't know what I'm getting back. I live next door to a zombie house for the last 9 years, and my taxes are $35,000. All right? It renders my house worthless because no one wants to pay $35,000 for taxes. You know, the biggest problem here is the tax burden that the Nassau County people, the people here in Nassau County have. It's huge. When I travel outside New York and you talk to the local people and they laugh at us, they laugh and they say, how can you possibly be paying that much money? This is not the biggest problem that we got. This is a thimble in the ocean, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest problem we got is they're asking us to budget our money, but they don't have to budget the money. You know, I'm going to ask, this is our legislators here for Nassau County. You make the rules. Am I wrong? You make the rules. Stand up. Step out of your comfort zone. Show the people here in Nassau County, the taxpayers, the general public, that you really, really care about them, that you really want to make a difference, that you're really leaders, and introduce for the first time a tax burden policy so that people have a cap on the tax burden that the people here in Nassau County got to swallow. Because I'm going to tell you, if you think you got problems now, there's the foreclosure crisis again is right around the corner, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have zombie houses all over the damn place. People are at their most. They can't afford what they got now. Good luck. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driscoll. Usha Bonsal. No. Samuel Novick.
Good evening, distinguished legislators. Good evening, my fellow homeowners. I thank you for this opportunity. I've been waiting all evening patiently, and there have been a lot of good things said. I've lived in this county for 55 years paying taxes. I love Nassau County. The politics that I've heard lately are not good. The passing out of the monopoly sheets to me is very low in base. This is not a time to smash parties, but it's a time to build together, to build our county together. I agree with the gentleman before me. If we don't resolve the problem, our houses will be worthless, the county will go down the toilet. It is time for our great politicians to stand firm, cut back the budgets, do what needs to be done in a fair and equitable manner, which you're not doing now, because I've listened to what you've heard all evening. We have a major problem. But those of you who are great will stand forth with an upper stiff lip and do the right thing and save our county, save our homes, because it's one of the finest places in the world to live. And I've traveled. I've served militarily. I'm a Rotarian. I've tried to help the world. And I think your professions are very noble. I'm sick and tired of hearing people criticize the individual politicians. It's not party. It's individual. And it's courage. And it's a matter of doing the right thing. You have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to rebuild. The system is broken. It's been broken before. In the 54 years I've lived in my home, I must have paid for it 15 times. But I've had a good life. And there's nothing bad to say about that. But we have to go forward. We have to move on, not as people working just to get a job done, but working with a heart, and doing the right thing for the county. The individuals I've heard this evening, some are suffering for one reason or another. We can't save everybody, but we can do the right thing for the county. We can do the right thing for the public. And it's time for all of us to roll up our sleeves and go forth. Again, I think this sheet of the Monopoly Board is terrible. And I hope and I pray that you will stand and you will do the right thing for our county. There is an answer. You haven't found it yet. And you just can't look at it and make a decision. It has to be done with purpose, feeling, and love for the people living within the county. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Novick. The Monopoly Board is a hatchet job, and I note one thing about it. It doesn't say who printed it, so whoever printed it wanted to hide behind their general nastiness, right? Catherine Acevedo.
Good evening, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. First thing I want to say is I thought the notifications that we initially received were pretty vague and scary, and I think it wouldn't have cost that much more to put an extra piece of paper in there with the same envelope to give us a little more information. I feel like I've been down this road before. I bought my house in '90. In the early 2000s, the county did a reassessment, and at that time, my house I live in Freeport. I live in an old house in Freeport, and my house at that time was assessed at $700 and something thousand. I don't know what it was. It was like one of the highest assessments in the village. So I said, surely this must be wrong. And I went down, made an appointment to speak to somebody, and because my house is listed as 10 rooms, and it's not 10 rooms. It's like 8 rooms. So when I spoke to the person that they had, with the appointment, he told me the reason why it's 10 is because the rooms were big. Okay. Well, I won't say I'm not the brightest bulb, but, I'm talking to the tax office, okay? You're not going to fight with the tax people. Then they told me that the enclosed porch that's been in my house since 1908 when they built the house, well, that was an add-on, so that's why, that's taxed more. And that any old house, my house was built in 1908, has a little butt-out of the windows on the side. Well, that was an addition. And I said, well, that was built with the house. And I was told, no, sometimes they do improvements, and you can't even tell. Okay, so I really left that time defeated. And in that time, I chose to hire someone to fight my taxes because obviously I wasn't a very good candidate to do it myself. And I did grieve my taxes, and I did have it lowered, so I wasn't the highest taxed house in Freeport anymore. And but I feel with this new, I feel like it's deja vu. I got the letter almost like the same assessed evaluation. And I feel that the people that have been penalized, their taxes are going up the most. And I just quickly, I didn't think of it ahead of time. I quickly looked at just a couple of houses down the street, like the house, like 3 or 4 houses down. And my house is the new house at 1908. Okay, the house like 3 or 4 houses down is assessed $250,000 less than my house, according to these new figures. Now, in realistic, who's going to go to my block and pay $250,000 more for my house? The comps that they did, I said I'm running out of time. The comps that they did, I finally figured out where to find it on the website. Now, usually when you're buying a house or refinancing, you always look for the best ones, right? So if in Freeport, if you go in one direction, the comps go higher. You go another direction, the comps go lower. Well, where my house, everything went to the higher. So my house is comped to all the houses in the higher section. It's location, location, location. And as for the room count, like you make it sound so simple. Like, I've been taxed at 10 rooms. I only have 8. So I guess my time is up. But
okay. Thank you, Mrs. Assoy.
Thank you.
Papoulos. Marjorie Talasco. Otto Del Prado. Michael Gwinter. Diane Eckel. Joan Peloton.
Thank you for holding this forum. I was about to put away my watch and take out my calendar, as my dad used to say. Right after we got the first notice, I called up for an appointment, and I was told that the appointments were 15 minutes long. I didn't need it because I already grieved my taxes, and they would just be handing me a pamphlet. So am I to understand that there's no benefit to my meeting with someone?
If you're changing your inventory or you want to get an explanation of how the value was created, that's what the consultation is for. So if there's any correction to be made on the property, we would take that correction in and change the inventory if it would change the value, if you're willing to have an inspection of the property. At the same time, we would explain the comparable properties and how the assessment was derived.
I can see in my neighborhood that prices are declining and homes are taking a lot longer to sell now. The market isn't what it was. Some of them have even been on the market since last spring, which for my neighborhood is very, very unusual. Our prices run the gamut from the 600s to well over $1 million. When I got the first letter, I really wasn't disturbed because although my market value went up 250%, and there's no way my home would ever sell for the market value that's listed here, the tentative assessment went down by $1. So I thought, okay, I'll be in the same range. However, that $1 reduction leads to a 54% increase in my taxes. So I don't understand how that can be. And also I was thinking, when homes were originally assessed by some company out in Ohio years ago or wherever it was, why don't they have the local real estate agents assess the homes? They know the neighborhoods. They know this is a busy street or it's not a busy street. They can see what's in your home and give a much more assessed market value. I don't have an updated kitchen, bathrooms, extensions, or anything, and my home is being compared to homes that have sold that have been updated, extended, you know, brand new this and that, open concept and all that, none of which my home has. So I feel that's all very unfair. And another thing, I wondered when these new large homes are built, sometimes in your more affluent areas, when one is knocked down and a huge one built, obviously the taxes are a whole lot more. How does that impact the rest of us?
Overall, we're looking at comparable sales of the properties in the neighborhood. So from all sales, we look at also the different characteristics of the sales of the buildings. So if the property is newer, we do adjust that downward to compare it to an older property. So there's multiple adjustments that are made from the comparables to derive the value. The consulting company that we used this time was SVS, which is a local Nassau County company.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Kurt Langjaw.
Rich, you're my legislator. I'm Kurt Langjaw from 120 North 5th Street in New Hyde Park. Honorable legislators, County Executive Representative, Assessor's Office, a few years ago I protested my assessment. Your civil servants, I asked them to walk through my house and give me an assessment, not just looking at the house from the outside. I invited them in. From the outside, it looks like it's worth a lot more, but a letter was issued later that my house then would be assessed at $350,000. And you decided now, looking at the house from the outside, nothing changed on the inside, you want $669,000 assessment. As a senior on fixed income, I can't afford that. To live here anymore, it's totally unfair, and I protest. I really do. Rich, you're my legislator, and you better listen to this. You need to look at the whole county and its whole budget and the makeup and to look at cuts like I did in 1973 when I was on the school board,
We reduced the taxes on the school board by about 0.3%. With I didn't have a calculator. I had a pencil and a paper, and I looked at the situation, and we reduced the taxes for a number of years. You were pretty young then. I never complained about the taxes or anything like that. I thought that's legitimate what you do. You need the money, police, fire, whatever. Asking for more than $1,000 a year is probably about $100 a month more. Where am I going to get that money from? I didn't see that coming, believe me. This is just not fair. And I want to explain to you the confusion about the whole thing. And I told you, Richie, personally, you got to work on a bipartisan matter. This is not a Republican or Democratic thing. Under the McGann administration, it looked like my taxes were reduced. And I accepted it. And I do accept your work, and it's just a little tough for me to believe that this bickering is going on, and it's just not right. Rich, you got to wake up and reduce the budget, not increase the taxes.
Marilyn Merklin Gray.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for having this opportunity to discuss this situation with you. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'll try not to repeat what's going on. But my husband and I bought our house in 2003. My husband is an architect, and you can just imagine how business went when the housing crash came in. So we had to do a mortgage modification. Our taxes when we bought the house, total taxes, including school, were $7,800 a year. In 2017, my taxes were in excess of $18,000. And I had not grieved because I was told by a grievance attorney that because we have a professional office in our house that we could not grieve. And I later found out that that was not true, so in 2017 I put in a grievance. I won the grievance, and we got a $4,871 reduction in the school taxes that just went into effect. But now I got my reassessment, and my house was originally assessed at $320,000. Now you have me assessed at $630,000. I have not received an impact statement yet, so I guess mine is going out in this last batch that you said was going out. But a friend of mine is very good at figuring these things out, and she did the calculations, and she said, Marilyn, your taxes are going to go up $350 a year. I said, no, Karen, they're going to go up $350 from my pre-grievance taxes. In other words, they're going up more than $5,000 a year. We are struggling. My husband works from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6:30 at night, and then goes to variance hearings at the towns or meets with clients after they have their dinner. We are working our butts off to keep our heads above water, and we can't get any money put away for a retirement. And it makes me very angry that the politicians have made sweet deals with the police and the public workers so that they have good pensions, and I can't get anything put away for me to retire. My parents, I was born and raised in Freeport. My parents owned 5 properties, and we lost them all to short sales. And my father went to his grave on Medicaid in a nursing home. I'm not going to overspeak my time, but you have to do something about these taxes. We cannot do this. We're at a breaking point, and we just can't do this anymore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ronald Hausch. Stephen Mandelkorn or Mandelhorn.
Yeah, my name is Stephen Mandelkorn. I live in New Hyde Park. I'd like to thank everybody for allowing me to speak today. This is the first time I've really gotten through. Back in October 31st, I sent an email to you, Mr. Moog, Ms. Curran, and several other politicians, etc. I haven't received one response from anybody, so I appreciate that you're here today. I'm deeply concerned about the way the county went about reassessing homes in Nassau County. I am very much in favor of a fair assessment for everyone. There has been no public meetings, except for this one, to discuss what steps were taken to assure fairness in reassessing properties. In the past, properties couldn't go up more than 6% a year. My assessment's gone up much more than that. I've been trying to determine whether reassessment was done by an outside firm. I finally found that out today. But I live on Marcus Avenue, which is a very heavy traffic street with a double yellow line down the center. Every time I back out of my driveway, I hear beep, 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 beep in my car because so many cars are going by. I don't believe that there were any sales of houses on Marcus Avenue. My house was assessed similar to a house probably on a quiet street in Manhasset Hills. None of your comparables are on Marcus Avenue. They're all on side streets. None of them represent what my house does. My understanding, this was done in the idea of fairness, but I believe, as several people have said, that more people will be leaving Nassau County, and if this was done fairly, less people should be going to these grievance firms rather than more people. And I think that's what we're going to be forcing people to do. My house originally was at like $480,000. You raised it up to like $800,000. Okay, I went down to your office. I scheduled an appointment. I met with somebody. It was a 15-minute hearing. They listened to what I had to say. I don't think they had any authority to reduce my assessment. I told them where I lived. They said, we'll look into it. A supervisor did get back to me, but I haven't heard from anybody whether it's being reduced or not. The system is broken. As I said, this was supposed to be a much fairer assessment. I think what's going on here, this is going to be a golden calf to all these grievance firms. I do this myself. I've done it for years, and I will continue to do it. But you can't say that my house on Marcus Avenue is the equivalent of a house on a quiet street in, let's say, Manhasset Hills. If I lived there, then I might agree with what you came up with. What you came up with is way too high, and I haven't heard from anybody. I just want to say one more thing. When I went down there, I asked to speak to a supervisor. They wouldn't let me. I asked to speak to you. They guard you like you have a fence around you. Nobody can come in and talk to you, and that's what I wanted to do.
Okay, thank you, sir. Patrick Keating. Ashley Levine.
Good evening, everybody. Deborah, I'm glad you're still awake. It's past 11 o'clock. Been here for about 4 hours like the rest of us. I'd like to make one quick statement and then some other follow-ups. Nassau County must appeal the state legislature to remove its special assessing district system and restore Nassau County to the same method of assessing real property maintained by other counties in this state.
The special assessing system works well in New York City because there's but one school district, and taxes are assessed against commercial properties is distributed throughout that one school district. That's number one. That special assessing needs to cease. 2, land versus building. Nobody here is discussing about the land that I constantly hear will never change. I lost 4 houses in Hurricane Sandy, and 2 of those lots are empty now, knocked down. The property is assessed at the land value still at over $300,000, and now with this new assessment, with nothing on it, is $650,000. Now, I understand that my taxes in my current home are $20,000, and of that, 70% is school taxes, which a lot of people are talking about big numbers here, but I know what the county taxes are. And I pay for 4 houses in this county. The land values must deplete and get decreased, because I live on a marsh and it will flood again, like some others talked about. That land is not the same land I'm currently standing on. This land will not flood. And you're holding my land values at such a threshold, it's pathetic. For the assessor, the regression model, that should be downloadable to my phone and made available to everybody here to play with to see what you're playing with. And number 4, why do we have to come here and grieve when I'm handicapped? This should be an automatic thing with the computers and the technology and everything that you people have. Nobody should have to come here at 11:15 at night to discuss this. It should be an automatic process. You guys are pathetic, and that's on you.
That was it?
Thank you.
That was Patrick Keating.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm actually going to change the introduction of this just to address some of the things I heard earlier. This is only about how much each of us pays in relation to the total. I understand why everyone is so angry that taxes are so high, but that's not what this hearing was supposed to be about. So I'm going to tell you a story about me and my house. In 2014, I purchased a house for $455,000, and at the time, I had no idea how property tax assessments work. I thought that maybe they worked like the income tax system, being a CPA, where the first X dollars in value was excluded and then the next is taxed at a certain percent. I had no idea. It never dawned on me that the tax rate was in direct proportion to the assessed value, because I couldn't understand why, after the town had come to see my house, taken pictures and knew all the new details after it was new construction, plus it was being listed at $460,000, why the county had raised it to $262,000 from its pre-construction assessed value. But nevertheless, I thought that that would be the increase I was seeing. But a few months after we closed, the assessment went up again to $387,000 for the tax year 16-17. I mean, it still didn't dawn on me that my taxes were going to jump by 50%. I wanted to grieve because it just seemed a little unusual, but I went to the ARC site, which specifically explained to me that you would only be successful if you could show that your true market value was less than your assessed value, which of course wasn't the case, because 455 is greater than 387, right? Then I did a comp search, and my own house was the only house that came in my search. So how could I possibly use my house to grieve my house, right? So I didn't grieve. After the first tax bill was paid, and we found out that there was an escrow shortage of $6,000 because of my 50% tax jump. So the taxes were going to increase my monthly payment by $500 a month, plus I still had to pay the $6,000 shortage. But if I wanted to make it easier, I could just divide it and pay it evenly over the year. So I could take 6,000 divided by 12 and get another 500. So altogether, my monthly payments were going to raise like $1,000 a month. Our best option was to refinance, and we did that. And then a few months later, I got a new job. But I realized that most people don't have that luxury, just go get a higher paying job. Anyway, I did some research before my next experience, and what I found out was that in Belmore, the average house was assessed at about 64% of its recent sales price, while my house was assessed at 85% of its sales price, which explained why I was paying so much more of the tax burden than everyone else. I had figured out the county's dirty secret, and so all you had to do was just ask for a reduction, and they gave it to you. And when I did, I gave them an appraisal showing a $460,000 value, and ARC came back and said, oh, okay, that equals $252,000. So I think that explains now why values that ARC was telling people were not actually what they're being taxed on. And so what actually happened is that your value can increase in the new system to true market value, and your taxes will not increase, and that fact has escaped everyone, and you have not corrected them.
Okay, thank you. Robert Fischel.
Good evening. First, I would like to commend a few people and a few entities. Mr. Presiding Officer, your staff was terrific, and I want you to know how terrific they were when I spoke to them earlier today and made arrangements so that my handicapped mother could attend this hearing. I appreciate them. I'd like to commend the entire legislature for holding this hearing, and I would like to even commend County Executive Curran for attempting to deal with this problem. And while I believe your work to be seriously flawed, Mr. Assessor, I'd like to commend you for your efforts. Having said that, our assessment system is and has been broken for years. It has caused senior citizens to vacate Nassau County. It has caused young people who cannot afford taxes to pay, to flee as well. A market value system. Well, that's a marvelous idea, except, you know, I happen to live at present in the same house that I did when I went to elementary school. That was a long time ago. That house is worth a lot more today. But that money is not in the pocket of the owners. It does no good unless you sell it. And that is not really what we want. I urge this legislature to work with this county executive to go up to Albany, not to remove the special assessment. We have to move away from a property tax system. We should do away with the property tax, and we should have a county income tax. That way, if you can afford something, you can stay in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fischel. Yazin Zhang. Patricia Kavanaugh. Alice Restivo.
I don't have anything prepared. Alice Restivo, 29 Fernie Street, Hicksville, New York. While I did make an appointment to go to one of those off-sites, I was a little disappointed and felt that it was a waste of time, since the young lady that I spoke with told me that I should really wait until I got my letter. I'm not really sure about how this tax thing works, or anything about the numbers, or any of your language of taxes and how it's calculated and all that. All I know is when I sat down with the lady at your off-site, and I explained to her that I live in Hicksville in an area where I have a super site in my backyard.
I have a railroad in my backyard, and I live in an industrial area. And she showed me the comps of an area to my left where all the numbered streets are, much more prime area. And what I understand is my tax assessment is going up. While that's really nice for you guys, my income is not going up. So you're forcing me out of my house. I'm a senior citizen, and I can't afford your increases. I'd like to stay in my house. And I'm sure a lot of other senior citizens in my position would like to stay in their house as well. So I'd really like you to do something about the tax assessment increase for people in my position where they don't have the freedom of tightening their belt any more than it's already tightened. And I'd like Nassau County to do some tightening of their belt because there's no more money to squeeze out of this lady. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Liu. Colleen Dinatzer. Arthur Adair.
Good evening. Thank you for staying up so late. I just came today to put a face to my property. My wife, a cancer survivor, and myself, twice wounded Vietnam veteran, wounded for the second time December 12th, 1968. Exactly 50 years today. Thank you. My taxes is going up 68%. But I'm not here just for me. I'm here for my neighbors, much older than myself. I was speaking with one 93-year-old. His taxes is going to be doubled. Now, he used to be a butcher for A&P. And for the people that don't know A&P, they used to be a supermarket. He can't afford it. I mean, I can't afford what's happening to myself and my wife. And I don't believe we should divide part of our 52% of my neighbors here to increase their taxes to pay for my other neighbors, 48%, over on this side. I do not believe that's fair, that to take from some to give to other just because our tax system is broken. Laura Curran has to come up with a better idea than this. I believe if she feels that my neighbors, 48% over here, are overtaxed, well, then I suggest she lower their taxes and leave my neighbors, 52% over here, alone. They pay enough for taxes as it is now. Market value. I have picking two houses because I went to my neighbors. They both were around 640, 645. Your new market value. And I know the houses. One is completely redone. Beautiful kitchen, beautiful two baths, new floors, new windows. The other one, elderly, probably didn't do anything since 1950. Both of them houses are going to be selling for $650. That I can't understand. I just don't believe at the end, like I said before, to pit my neighbors one against the other. I think that's completely unfair, and Laura Curran has to come up with a better system. And with 2 seconds left, I did not go along with this being handed out outside. I don't care if it's Republicans against Democrats or Democrats against Republicans. I hope our taxpayers' money didn't pay for this. Thank you very much. Good night. And once again, thank you for staying late. And thank everybody for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Adair, and thank you for your service. Kathy Word.
I'm going to take this from an angle a little bit different than everyone else because they've already spoken with regard to the assessment issue and the inappropriateness of it. I'm going to say, let's dump the IDA and stop putting the burden of construction companies, developers, and landowners on the rest of the taxpayers in Nassau County. I've got 4 articles, very interesting. Proposed Marriott in Jericho, 20 years. Who's paying for it? Me. Them. The same people you're chasing out of our homes, that you're reassessing an overassessment. Here's another one, biotech firm. Another one, 20 years. On whose back? The Nassau County Hub, my pet. Because it's not there yet and they've not disclosed anything yet. Dump the IDA. Let the developers figure out for themselves how to make it viable for themselves. You're doing a ground lease on Nassau County property. That's my tax dollars paying for that property. That's their tax dollars paying for that property. Let them pay a substantial ground lease, pay the taxes the way they should be paying, just like you're making us or demand of us to pay the tax. Fair is fair. Take it away. No more IDA, no more gifts. Give it back to the taxpayers who deserve it. Not the developers that are living out in the Hamptons and out on their yachts and all over Hell's Creation. Pardon me for saying it that way, but that's really what it is. Where I live is irrelevant. I want to thank Mr. Nicolello for the email that he sent me after I communicated with him. All the properties used to assess my house are half a mile away from my home. Not one realizes any of the issues that we have in my development. We are blocked by Northern Boulevard, period. We can't get in and out. We have 3 means of ingress, egress. Only one's protected. We're behind St. Mary's Church in Manhasset with the school. Non-stop parents, non-stop school, non-stop church. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But to tell us our homes on middle-class Manhasset is now Millionaire's Row is nonsense. Absolute nonsense. My house was $100,000 when I bought it 30 years ago. You're now telling me it's worth $1 million? If Nassau County thinks I can get it like everyone else has said, pay me for it. I'll put it on the market tomorrow. I'll sell it tomorrow. And I'll sue Nassau County for every penny that I don't get based on your lovely little reassessment. Fair is fair. I'm looking at the panel up here, and who I should be looking at is Mr. Moog on behalf of Ms. Curran. I'm a Democrat. I didn't vote for her for good reason. And this is an obvious reason. I'm appalled. I don't begrudge paying my fair share. I'm fair for that. I'm good for that. I'm not good for giving everything away to the IDA, through the IDA, to developers. That's not fair. Thank you, Ms. Nicolello.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Thomas Hoffman. Harry Luo. Barry Weiss. Nadine Figueroa. Nancy Boland. Claire Lopez. Jeff Gold.
Are you sure? Signed up 3 days ago. I was here at 5:15. It's 11 o'clock. I guess that's what happens when you refer to someone as a fearmonger and incompetent. I should have said petty and vindictive as well. As you know, I'm a former member of the Board of Assessors. I'm a former member of the Civil Service Commission, former member of ARC, Commissioner at ARC. I understand reassessment. It's not going to be an easy project. You're representing half of your people. You know half of them are going up and half of them are going down. How do you sit there and do that? You're taking out your whole salaries, but you're only representing half. And that isn't just for this side of the room, okay? You have to represent everybody. Now, for the last 6 years, I've been doing your job, explaining assessment to your residents, telling them how the system is broken because nobody's holding a press conference and saying if you hold you file a grievance, you're going down. Well, guess what? I've been doing that. Okay, because you know what? If residents didn't file their grievances, they'd be going up because that's how broken the system was. The grievance firms, they're making $100 million a year. They're donating a couple $100,000 to this side of the room, a few thousand to this side of the room, but they're making a fortune off a broken system, and they want it to continue. It has to be fixed. It has to be fixed for all of your residents, not just the ones going up. Because people who are going down, they have budgets to make and they have bills to pay, and people are trying to stay. Now, some of you I know are even members of my group, and by the way, I do want to give a shout out to John Ferretti, who actually engaged in a real dialogue on his page. That was great. That happens. It should happen more. I appreciate that. I've been blocked from your page, Steve. I can't even get on to comment. All right?
That's completely untrue, Mr. Gold.
No, I'm blocked. I've tried to go on and comment. I can't go on and comment. Well, you know what? Somebody here can prove it before I leave the room. All right, now, as a member of the Board of Assessors the last time, I know that the first year of grievance is a very important part of the assessment. It makes the rolls tighter. There are going to be errors. You've brought people in today, and they were handpicked, and yeah, it's sad, and I understand. But I've got a 24,000-person Facebook group. 18,000 were active this month. I speak to more people on a day on that group than you do, the entire 19 of you, in a week. All right? 18,000 people active a week. And you know what? We poll. And that group shows 2% can't afford the houses or the increases. And that 80% are paying the numbers without a significant change in their lifestyle. And that's what you need to focus on. You need to focus on education. You need to focus that this is going to go forward. You need to explain to people that the average house is $5.7 million on the market in Sands Point. And you need to tell the guy from Wantor that his school taxes went up 10% because the Mangano system was wrong. And that it gave everybody tax reductions, and that forced up school tax rates. Thank you.
You know, if we had known you were so important, I would have called you before. Dan Oppenheimer.
Good evening. My name is Dan Oppenheimer. I'm a resident of the village of Hempstead. And I'm just wondering if all of the legislators received their tax impact notice. Did everyone receive their letter? No? Of those who got them, how'd you make out? Up or down? Up? Everybody going up? Okay. Assessor Moog, I could give you my section, block, and lot, but I'm not going to belabor the point too much about comparables from what I know from my situation and from what I've heard from very many people tonight. The comparables seem to be wrong. And when we're talking about fairness, to me, maybe a better term is accuracy. I received 6 comps on my house. Let me just say, first of all, I've been hit with a 71.5% increase total. And since I'm in an incorporated village, that does not yet include my village taxes, which I've yet to hear about. In real numbers, that's at least a $6,000 per year increase for me and my wife and my son. Now, of this 6 comps that were provided for our house, 3 of the comps were in a different school district. My way of thinking, most people, one of the most significant factors in choosing where you're going to live is the school district. I looked at the ladder, the Nassau County ladder, the equalization of all the different categories within the house. I don't know of any prospective home buyer who goes around looking at a ladder. They look at zip codes, they look at school districts. I don't see how 50% of my comps could be based on another school district and have a degree of accuracy. I happen to live in a neighborhood that borders very closely to a different school district. That drastically affects the prices that people are willing to pay for the houses, and I'm aware of that. Our son has attended parochial school for the last 13 years, and he's a senior this year, and he's going to be graduating, and we're going to be selling the house and moving. If you want to fix the grieving system, make laws. When you talk about fixing the system, the legislature is the system. You are the ones that create the laws and decide what is voted on and what is passed and what is not passed. So it's not something that happens accidentally. You are the system. So you guys fix the system. If it's broken, you guys broke it. You got to fix it. For tax grieving firms, set fee limits. If they only make $295 per case, they might not be so quick to grieve thousands and thousands and thousands of cases.
Thank you. Gerald Cohen. Michael Mulhall.
Good evening, members of the legislature, presiding officer Nicolello, fellow residents of Nassau County. I just got a couple of quick thoughts I want to share. I think it need to level set that while the county is responsible for setting the property tax assessment, the county's portion of the taxes collected is among the smallest. And maybe that needs to be changed, maybe that needs to be observed and changed in terms of going forward. But the problem, as it dawns to me, is I'm one of the people, my wife and I are one of the families where we chose not to grieve our taxes over the last 8 years. The last time we grieved our taxes was in 2009, and the value that was set on our home in 2009 was just below what we had purchased it for, and in light of the 2008-2009 market correction, we thought that that was fair. And as a result, our property taxes have gone from $11,500 in 2006 to $31,000. And our house is up for sale. We are going to move out of state. We've got opportunities to relocate, and we had that offered to us 12 years ago, and we chose not to. We are not going to pass it up a second time. So I come to you tonight, having come here annually, at least once or twice a year, much to the detriment of sometimes my Democratic colleagues, but tonight I'm actually standing with them. I support Laura Curran's plan, and I think it's a little bit ridiculous to put this on the backs of Laura Curran. Here we just celebrated the life of George Herbert Walker Bush for being bipartisan and for willing to go back on his tax pledge to balance a budget. Ms. Curran has shown the same courage. Basically, she made a promise. She came in here and she had the audacity and the courage to actually solve the problem, unlike Ed Mangano. Now, Ed Mangano has already been investigated for corruption. Someone with a wit of intelligence should walk into the Nassau District Attorney's Office, the New York State Attorney General, and if possible, the Department of Justice to investigate how the tax rolls could have been frozen for 7 consecutive years, how these tax assessment firms could have paid and made large contributions to both political parties, but one more so than the other. And I'm a registered Republican who ran for office 18 years ago, but I know crap when I see crap, and I got to tell you something, it is indefensible. You look at that and it's indefensible. For anyone here on the left side of this legislature to try and raise the idea of partisanship now, 7 years later, after the tax rolls were fixed, thinking that anything is fixed. We live in a market where markets are dynamic. It is ridiculous and indefensible. And I recognize, I want to share one last point with the members here, that there's a number of new members in this legislature that were not present in the past, including, Legislator Nicolello has served honorably. I believe you're among the original. This is his first term as the presiding officer. But I got to tell you, this is not good. There's ample evidence to support that this malfeasance was deliberate. And to the extent that it is, I invite every agency under the sun to come in and investigate it. I thank you for your time as always.
Bernadette Umbach. Peter Becklian. Claudia Barecki. Esther Levine, we already called. Again, Zhang from Jericho, New York. Wei Gu from Albertson. Linda Grossman. Leon Korobov. Leo Stimler. Two more.
Leo Stimler from Garden City. Thank you for staying here and listening to all of us, staying late. Appreciate that. Thank you, Legislator Schaefer, for last night at Carl Place High School. Appreciate that hearing. My taxes are going up $3,500. Now, I know, and that's a double whammy. I know when all of you are putting your heads together to try to fix this problem, you're aware that this is a double whammy for us. Not only whether it's $1,000, $2,000, or the $3,500 for me, I'm also, all of us are limited by President Trump's tax plan to limit the SALT deduction. So it's a double whammy. $3,500 more in taxes, and I can't deduct it. In addition, when you put your heads together to fix this problem, please also remember what happened over the past 10 years, the past decade, to retired seniors like myself. President Obama froze the Social Security cost of living for 3 years. For 3 of the 8 years, I got no cost of living adjustment on my Social Security. In addition to that, at the same time, my Medicare premium skyrocketed. Please fix this problem, and when you do, please remember all these things. And finally, in closing, I'm disappointed that County Executive Curran hasn't had a forum like this to hear our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stimler. Garang Bhatt. Last slip I have is Barbara Rack. Okay. Thank you to all the speakers, especially those of you who waited for 5 hours to speak. We appreciate your time. And I don't know if any legislators want to re-engage Mr. Moog. I don't know if Mr. Moog wants to be re-engaged. But
well, no, I don't mind being engaged. I just need a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay, all right. I don't know that we may be free, but we'll, I think we have one more public speaker. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, members of the legislature.
Just let us know your name, please.
My name is Robert Wall from Massapequa. I live in Legislative District 12. I'd like to extend a special thank you to my legislator, Jimmy Kennedy, for responding to my email and inviting me here this evening. I don't know how my slip got lost, but I appreciate you recognizing me. I just want to let you know I spent some time in the Department of Assessment this afternoon before coming here, and unfortunately, I had never received my tax impact letter. They were gracious enough to give me a copy at the office. I'm a little surprised. Although my assessment has been reset to my pre-grievance level. I won my grievance 2017, last year. Now I've got to start the process all over again. It's very upsetting. I'm a senior citizen. My wife is a disabled senior. We are also on fixed incomes. We have a very small property that was severely damaged by Sandy. I know the assessment process does not take into account the individual circumstances of each property. Mine has serious structural issues. It was told to me by 2 real estate professionals I consulted that it was unmarketable in its current condition. It would appeal to possibly a builder who would knock it down and build a new house. So it's only worth the land value. The assessment obviously doesn't take that into account. What disturbs me most, the explanation I was given on this tax impact notice says that my taxes will decrease 20% over a 5-year period. I don't know how that's supposed to work. They're showing my school taxes are going down. Well, I've got 40 years of residency there, and my school taxes have never gone down. In fact, this past year, they went up 9.7%. I have a small property. It's only less than $500, which is pocket change to some people. But to us on a fixed income, that's another hit on our budget. with increasing medical needs, things like that, the usual senior issues. This is something we really don't want to have to deal with. And obviously, I don't want to really have to go through this grievance process every year. What I'd like to see is some relief for seniors on a more permanent basis. We're not going to get younger every year. And unless these numbers, if you've maybe got Penn and Teller or David Copperfield on your staff to make these numbers real, I don't see this happening. Well, I greatly appreciate the help I did receive in your office. Your staff is overworked. There are a lot of people there, and a lot of them were seniors like myself. That's a major concern. You've heard a lot of emotional appeals from people about what's happening to us here on Long Island. I myself was laid off in 2008, and 2 weeks before my 61st birthday, because of the real estate bubble, I was competing with guys 30, 40 years younger than me for the same jobs. I've been out of work ever since, early retirement. Thank God we saved enough money to keep things going and stay in our house. Please fix the system, and thank you all for hearing the voice of the people. That's why we put you there. You want to stay there? Keep listening. God bless you all, and Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much.
I'll be right back.
Steve. You going over? You getting the overtime, Steve? All right. Legislator Rhodes has some questions for you, Mr. Moog.
Yes, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Mugen. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you staying, listening to all of the comments, and hopefully we walked away from this process with a better understanding of some of the concerns from our residents. I'm simply concerned, obviously what we've been seeking in this process was openness and transparency and accountability, and those are themes that we heard not only in our introduction, but we've obviously heard them from several of the speakers as well. One of the concerns that I have is, that obviously there are some things that happened before you got here. I understand that you took over in June. One of the concerns that we've had as legislators is that throughout the course of this process, there's been a lack of openness and a lack of transparency, a lack of sharing of information with the legislature, starting with the county executive, sort of essentially bypassing the legislature and going to the state legislature to seek the 5% margin of error fee, so that essentially if someone grieved, if she had been successful, essentially if someone had grieved their taxes and won, the county would keep the first 5% of whatever refund they were entitled to, which again was done without the legislature. But with respect specifically to the 620 rule, and I know you've given an explanation as to the county executive's justification. If I can just ask though, because back in March, the county executive had stated those taxpayers who have not grieved in general will reach equalized, this is what happens at midnight, market value sooner than those who have grieved for the past 8 years. Grievers have had the protection and certainty afforded by state law. This disparity between grievers and non-grievers is the result of the frozen tax roll, which was the tax policy of the prior administration. But in response to our questioning, you had representatives, who had given answers. Mr. Chiara, for example, who at the time was the deputy, or is still the deputy county attorney for compliance, deputy county executive for compliance, who explained that the 620 phase-in was necessary in order to make it fair for individual residents who have to plan on their individual yearly finances for the phase-in. That's one of the reasons why the county executive actually proposed the 620 compliance with the 620 rule, because a phase-in is necessary in order to ensure the economics, in order to ensure the economics of each individual resident rather than the county as a whole. Isn't it correct, Mr. Moog, that the reason that the 620 was abandoned by the administration was because it was what was best for the county in terms of reaching, in your opinion, a defensible role, and not what was best necessarily for the taxpayers of Nassau County and their personal finances?
The reasons I stated before in earlier sessions with the legislature was that it would create a defensible and a role that would be less susceptible to litigation, and that is correct.
So it would be in the best interest of the county, but not necessarily in the best interest of the individual that was receiving a $4,000 or $5,000, $6,000 tax increase, which could potentially happen all at once.
The main purpose was to, like I said before, to create a ratio that would be defensible and have a ratio that would be equivalent at ARC, that would be the same ratio used at Department of Assessment. It also was brought forth when we did the reassessment that using the 6 and 20 with the present 0.25, it would take decades before the tax system would actually be fair and accurate and defensible.
It would take decades for the most egregious examples. But for the vast majority, it would actually phase in probably within about 10 years, right?
No, it would not. It would take much longer than 10 years.
You indicated that you would, way at the beginning, you indicated that you had provided a chart to us. I have not received a chart which is supposed to tell us how long the phase-in would be. Again, I haven't seen it. I don't know what it's based on, but we would certainly be interested in taking a look at it. Incidentally, the decision to bypass 620, was the legislature consulted?
When I lowered the level of assessment,
Well, actually, there's a memo from the county executive lowering the level of assessment to you. So who actually did it? Was it you or was it the county executive?
I was the one who actually lowered the level of assessment.
Okay, because
The county executive put an executive order empowering me to set the level of assessment.
Well, we do have a memo to you dated September 26th of 2018 directing that the level of assessment be lowered from the county executive.
The memo that I sent to the county executive.
No, it's actually a memo, unless I'm misreading it, it's a memo from the county executive to you. But that's neither here nor there. I'll show it to you later, just in the interest of time. The legislature wasn't consulted. That was a decision that you're saying you made on your own?
It was a decision once the county executive gave me the power to set the level of assessment, and I wanted to set a level of assessment that would be equivalent to the level of assessment at ARC and make it a defensible assessment role. So I did set the level of assessment at .10 at that time.
Was there any consultation with the legislature?
No, there was no open dialogue with the legislation at that time.
Was there any debate that was had before the legislature on this proposal?
No, there was no debate on that.
Yeah, so that was a decision that was made unilaterally by you, what you're testifying to, by you on behalf of the administration?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the changing of the level of assessment, the bypassing essentially of the state caps was a decision that was made without legislative consultation or approval, despite the fact that it has a tremendous impact, obviously, on what happens with our residents?
It was made, yes, by me after the county executive set forth the executive order powering me to do so in order to avoid litigation and a liability to the county.
But the contract that was approved for the revaluation companies was a contract that was approved on condition of the county executive's issuance of an executive order agreeing to abide by the state caps. You were aware of that, right?
Yes, I was aware of that.
With respect to the tax impact notices, you had provided testimony to the legislature back on October 15th. In response to questioning by the presiding officer, you asked, I guess what I'm asking you is, was this within discussion at any time this year whether or not to put tax impacts on the 511 notice? And your answer was it was never thought about being on the 511 notice, no. We have received numerous documents, obviously in response to a FOIA request that was made to your office, which included systematic review project, essentially minutes, of meetings, the first of which was on June 20th, but the first one that you were the assessor for was on July 11th. At the 6:20 meeting, at the 7:11 meeting, at the 7:31 meeting, at the 8:29 meeting, at the 10:02 meeting, all of the minutes for those meetings include a copy of the tax impact notice, of the 511 notice, which actually includes the dollar value impact of the changes in the assessment. Were you aware of that at the time you gave the answer?
Now that you remind me, yes, I'm aware of that now.
Okay.
I was mistaken when I made my previous answer, and I apologize for that.
And in fact, as far back as May, there was a sample 511 notice which included tax impact that was part of the strategic communications plan that was produced either by the county executive's office or by what was to be your office. Had you ever seen a copy of the strategic communications plan?
I don't recall that plan. I have to check back in my files.
Well, in each of the meeting minutes
again, from those meetings, there's an indication and I want to quote it correctly. So, yeah, under public relations, it talks about a PR release, educate the public, reviewed preliminary documents prepared by a Mr. Juncker and the Department of Assessment. And it says, see attached for SVS recommended letter, but there was no attachment with what we received. Is that the strategic communications plan?
I would have to see it. I'm not clear on if. I would have to review that, Mr. Rhodes.
Okay.
It's also quite late, and I will try to review it, yes.
Not a problem. The issue that I have is, it's clear that what was always considered to be sent out by the administration was always a 511 notice that included the actual tax impact. Many of the concerns that were raised tonight about the initial notice that was received were many of the concerns that we raised as legislators in our discussions both with you and with the administration, in that it was providing information that could not be understood. And it's interesting to note that we talk about the 511 notices including the actual tax impact up until the moment the county executive or you determined that you were going to drop the level of assessment. Then all of a sudden, the tax impact, the 511 notices no longer included the actual tax impact in dollars. Who was it that made the determination that the 511 notices that were ultimately sent to homeowners on November 1st or for November 1st was not going to include the actual dollar impact?
The decision was made after the level of assessment was changed. It would require a massive amount of calculations in order to do the tax impact notice on the new level of assessment. If you were using the 0.25, it would be a much simpler calculation because it was just trending up 6% from the prior assessment, and the tax impact would be a fairly simple calculation. When changing it to 0.10, you had to rerun every single taxing authority as a new tax roll. And as I stated earlier, we only have 3 employees who work on the tax warrants and the tax impact because they have the ability to work through the computer systems on that. So when the level of assessment was changed, and I think it was September 26th, please don't quote me on that, but I know it was in late September, that was the same time the school warrants were being calculated. And the personnel who would be involved in tax impact and redoing all the figures with the new level of assessment were presently engaged in doing school warrants, which were required for the tax levies in every school district. So the decision was made at that time to do a 511 without the tax impact because we didn't have the personnel to do the calculations at the timing with the school warrants because it was involved in a whole new set of calculations for the new level of assessment.
Wasn't it a fact, though, that the county is always, and we're talking about a process that actually began, I guess, in 2015 with the hiring of Haberman and SVS initially, extending the contracts in March so that they essentially could finish the job. Didn't we always control the timing of the process?
The timing of what the level of assessment would be?
No. In other words, didn't we always control the timing of the process? Essentially what you're telling me is that the reason that we couldn't provide information that from May in the strategic communications plan and throughout the course of the summer was always intended to be included as part of the 511 notice, that we couldn't provide that information because we didn't have enough time.
As I said before, we didn't have enough time because we changed the level of assessment late in September. And I do want to point out that we've been trying our best to provide the tax impact notice with the staff that we have and to do the quality control on it. And rushing it, we came up with the one error that we had to amend the online posting for. The calculations on the tax class 2 and 4, which had numerous errors going forward in the vetting of it with the limited personnel, was only completed just this past week. So it wasn't a process that was quick and easy and wasn't something that could be done by throwing a switch. and we were under the obligation to put the 511 notice out by law. So we had to oblige to have the 511 notice not have the tax impact because we just did not have the personnel or the whereabouts to put the tax impact on the 511. If it was such a simple process, we probably would have had the 511 tax impact posted online much earlier than we did.
We will we'll conclude this in the next 5 minutes.
But the issue essentially is that you had other options that were available. If you knew that you didn't have enough time to provide information that, according to all of your documents, you knew that the taxpayer had to have in order to be able to understand appropriately what the changes in assessment were going to be, you could have either not changed the level of assessment, you could have delayed implementation of the roll until next year so that you wouldn't have been so rushed, so that you wouldn't have errors that exist both in the notification and in the calculations of the notices that were received. And there would have been a sufficient opportunity to be able to explain to homeowners exactly what was happening, why it was happening, and ensure that the values that they were receiving were actually correct. Right? Were any of those other options discussed?
While we're making our decisions on the level of assessment that resulted from the reassessment that was preliminarily finished in the middle of August, we were under the main concern that we were going to create a tax roll that was nothing but a repeat of the old tax roll plus 6%. And our main concern was to make sure any decision on the level of assessment would be thoroughly thought out, and that's why we engaged a private contractor, Robert Gladymans, and from that determined, after studying the stipulations of Halpern and negotiating with the tax representatives, that the only option left to us was the .10. This process of making this decision, which was not a quick process because it's a very serious decision that was being made, was only concluded in late September. If we didn't change the level of assessment, it would probably have been an easier calculation to do a tax impact. But since the entire tax roll was going to have assessments that were greatly reduced because of the level of assessment, and it occurred at the same time as the school tax warrants would be calculated, a managerial decision was made by my office and myself that the 511 notice would only have to have the assessments to comply with the law, that we didn't want to be not complying with the law and not putting out a 511 notice. It was basically a decision because of the restriction of personnel and time, and it may have been a collision of different aspects of the assessment process coming together in late September that caused that decision to be made. Again, if the tax impact notice was a very simple calculation, we would have had it posted much earlier online in November, and we would have had all the tax impacts done weeks ago. This was a process that's been very, very difficult with the staff that we've had, and we've been trying our best to get it accurately and not have any missteps in posting those numbers.
But as you can tell from this evening, it's been a very difficult process for the public to be able to understand. And since we have a process that's supposed to be focused on transparency, it seems as though we sacrifice transparency for expediency. You know, whereas we've been rushing to get this done, there seemed to be no effort necessarily to get this right. And we can see from tonight that there are a lot of errors both in the valuation and certainly errors in the amount of information that we're putting out to the public so that they can understand how to protect themselves. Those tax impact notices that we're speaking about, you know, were notices that we consider all throughout the summer to be essential information for taxpayers to understand, and here we are on December 12th, 19 days before the roll goes tentative, and people are only receiving for the first time now information so that they can understand the notices that were sent out on November 1st. I'm also concerned, Mr. Moog, that you know, in looking at the strategic communications plan, it's actually quite a detailed document. You know, there were supposed to be press conferences. There were supposed to be meetings with the editorial boards of local newspapers, letters to the editor, mailings throughout the course of the summer. There, in fact, is an entire schedule of informal education programs and focus groups, not just in concept, but that actually have dates and locations in each of our communities for specific meetings. So when you hear the public talking about the fact, why is it that nobody from the Department of Assessment or nobody from the county executive's office has actually been out to explain in our districts what's going on, and that here on December 12th, before the county legislature, with I don't know how many people were here between the two ante-rooms, 750 some odd people, is the first chance that they've actually gotten to get some of their questions answered. The plan from the administration all along was to have an incredibly transparent process where the public was included right from the very beginning, and it didn't happen. And I want to know why.
That is the last question for you, Mr. Moog.
Thank you, Mr. Nicoletto. I will say that in this hearing today, I will state that there's an awful lot of questions concerning the overall tax. And I do believe that there's an opportunity with this legislature and the current and the county executive to try to look at the overall tax situation. And I think there is ways of having solutions bipartisan to address the tax burden upon people in this county, and the ways to draw savings that will result in less tax overall. And I think that should be a serious consideration of the legislature in the future, and maybe engage the county executive in that dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you all. Our meeting's in recess. Hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.